in my introduction. But, just a little bit more context about me, given that you'll have to listen to me for the next 2 hours, is that I started off as more of a core behavioral researcher. So I've done a lot of work in the ed tech field, initially working with teachers, also observing how behaviors change with different interventions. And then by a series of very happy accidents, I started moving from physical products to more digital products, seeing how the same behavior changes online, what I earlier was observing offline. And yeah, it's amazing how much of design principles are actually rooted in psychology. So um, at any given time, designers who are working on UI UX, you are like pretty much ad hoc psychologists who are trying to understand human behavior. So one of the key things that I really like to talk to designers about, and maybe here contesting insights on, is that designers are actually much closer to users than anybody else, more than PMs, more than other stakeholders. So research cannot be something that is outsourced to a third person to do. I feel that even though UX research itself is a position independently, but at their core, designers are and have to be researchers if they want to be successful in their, not only just in their career, but just in creating really effective design solutions. So yeah, so I've been doing UX research and user research for about a little over 10, 11 years. And what I wanted to plan for this session today is, given that quite a few of you have a mix of experience, some of you much more fresh, some of you have really dabbled in digital products for a few years. I don't want to go too much into basics. I will be touching upon overall the life cycle of UX research and what you can do. But what's more important for me is for you to understand how deeply research impacts design and how it's very easy for you to take certain practices and put it into your own design cycles. Which can lead to very impactful and improved design solutions for you guys. So the next 2 hours can be a little intense. There'll be some activities. Please feel free to ask questions that you have. Stop me anytime. But there will be some parts I can't go into too many details because it gets very technical, and we can do that for successive sessions if you're interested in. All right, so I'll jump right into it. Any questions before we kick off in terms of expectations, or if anybody wants to share things that they are looking forward to from the session? I'm happy to hear you guys out before we jump in. Any expectations people want to line out? You've come here, what are you expected to see?
Please feel free to speak up. It's an interactive session. It's not a one-way session. So
And it's
if
great
you
because
have,
it's few of us, so feel free to be very candid with me.
yeah.
So I would really expect this session to be very interactive, firstly. And second, the thing is, my expectation is that whatever I have learned, I would want to get a full revision of it in terms of UX research. And there will be a lot of things that will be new to me, and I'll learn about that also. So I'm really excited, like how this user research will be kept into ideation and what all happens here.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just one thing. Like, I hope it will be in the list, in your list, but just wanted to ask if anything research with AI, how it is working currently. So that trending topic I want to learn.
That's that's a really brilliant point. I'd love to touch upon this later in the session for sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ishita,
Yeah.
hi.
Hi.
I wanted to ask about how we pull out the gathering or the requirements, right? So we can make it a better product or something like that. Because what happens is we gather a lot of information, but for me personally, it is very hard to convert it into requirements or something useful.
Hmm. That's really interesting. So when you say gather requirements, are you talking about what you get from maybe your colleagues or clients, or do you mean feedback you get from users?
Yeah, both of them. Like suppose if I do a Google form survey, it really get me to a point where I can make decision, but still it is not. I don't feel ki that will help it, right? Because there is some gap. So I would really like to understand from your perspective.
Brilliant. I think that's a really interesting topic and something that actually quite a few people struggle with, which is how do you move from feedback or insights to actual actions or design solutions? Because that seems to be this gray area or this area where you feel like only researchers can work on it. But I'm glad that actually there is some part of the session that I've built in to focus on this. But what I'll do is I'd want to keep this very organic for us. There are fewer of us, so I'm want to take that flexibility. I'm happy to skip over some sections I've thought of in lieu of questions that are very burning for you. So if you feel like there are pieces you want to focus on, raise your hand, leave it in chat. I'm very happy to mold the session a little bit so that we can make sure we cover everyone's questions at least a little bit. All right. So
Yeah,
feel free to raise your hand, interrupt me, put this in chat, and I'll keep an eye out.
yeah,
Okay. Awesome. So I'll start off with everyone can see my screen.
yes. Thank you.
Awesome. So I'm going to start off with the first piece. Very first things first, because it's a mixed group, I do want to reiterate that it is important to do UX research before we get into the session, that at least we are all aligned that the research is not something that is done only if time permits or only if I have access to users or if that question is really important. No, research in general for your product is a non-negotiable. What you can negotiate are on the amount of time you spend on it, the kind of methods you use, how much of an answer you want to get from research. Maybe the entire problem cannot be solved, but some parts of it is something that you can focus on during your research. But it is not something that is a skippable option as designers. Whether it is secondary research, primary research, whether you spend 15 minutes or a week, anything you design has to be steeped in user voice. So the first things first is if we are here as a part of this session, I'm assuming all of these are things we already align on. That you can't just focus on assumption-based design, and you have to go into evidence-driven design. The reason I'm also pushing for this is that many of you, if you're especially part of product teams, you're working not in design agency, but in actual product or platform or SaaS organizations, over time you learn the product so well you feel like you can actually think exactly how the user is using it, especially when you spend 5 years 7 years in the same company working on the same product, seeing its entire life cycle. The product sort of becomes a second nature to you. So it's very easy to say, oh, this is the only way to use it, or 2 years back when we had spoken to users, this is how they do it, or this is, what I've spoken to my friends about, and that's how they do it. No, it is so easy to get pulled into that, and you don't realize you're focusing on your own assumptions over user behavior. So even later on in your career, when you're down the road and you have expertise in a product, remember that it's very easy to spiral into assumptions. But unless your design is backed by evidence, it doesn't, not only can it fail at a later stage with users, even earlier when you are working with your own managers, when you're working with other teams, you need to have a leg to stand on. Why have you made this decision? The minute you can say this is exactly how the user interprets it and this is the kind of impact it will have, that's where you get so much leverage as a designer and your voice gets heard. So research is also a way to make your voice feel heard in a team because you have that data points to bargain for a certain decision being made about that product. Very quick, today's agenda, lots to cover. I might skip over some pieces or we may not be able to do all activities, but I will, at the end of the session, share the deck with you. You can practice the activities on your own as well. So nothing lost there, right? Which is why I want to encourage you to ask more questions. You will still be able to get all of the content, so don't worry about missing out on content, okay? Very quickly, we'll focus on the difference between UX research and user research. I'll take you through a very high level understanding of a research life cycle. Very important things that I focus on, no matter what methods you use, your research questions and how you craft those questions define your entire approach to how you will design solutions for it later. Very quick piece on how you can conduct user research without users. And this is an aspect where we can speak about AI also a little bit. And towards the end, just sort of making sense of research feedback and tying it back into your design solutions. All right? All good. Okay. I would really, really love it if I could see your faces. I understand it's Sunday, might be super sleepy, you might be in your night suit. I have absolutely no problem. But as someone who needs to speak to you and bounce off of your energy, I would love it if you could show me your face. So I can see how bored you are and move to the next section if required. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
Please come on the camera, guys. Whichever shoots, whichever clothes.
Yeah. I'll be more than inspired if you're in your night suit. I might ask where you get it from. So please go for it. Okay, very quick one. UX research versus user research. Now, these seem like possibly two sides of the same coin, or these might be um, uh, things you have heard, terminology you've heard here and there. Anybody wants to take a quick guess into defining what UX research is versus what user research is? It could be very wild guesses. Bad guesses are also welcome. Try.
A little bit. Ishta will not move
Like
until someone answer.
I
Yeah.
would make a few guesses, but user research would be more about understanding pain points of the user and their goal. UX can be termed as mix of user, but also a business part of it. We can say like product design on. So UX research can.
Nice. Very nice. Yes, Madhi.
Yeah, so for me, like user research is like a process of learning the needs of user behavior and their motivations, pain points. But user experience can be like a combination of everything, like every aspect we cover inside user research. Like it's a broader way of user research, user experience.
Very interesting angle. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Anyone
I
last guess?
think,
Yeah,
yeah,
Abhishek.
I think UX research is more about complete journey of user, whether how they use those features or the what is the impact it will create on the business side as well. What is the goal behind this feature and all. So you need to cover each and everything in UX and the user research. You need to understand that how actually user using the kind of the feature you are trying to solve, how they're actually using those features, and what are the pain points actually they are feeling as a right now. So understand those problem, pain, and pain points, and mix those in your journey and can create a new solution.
Yep. Very close. So I think a cool mixture of the three of you, what the three of you have said, would get us to the exact answer. So very broadly speaking, user research, yes, is very deeply tied into motivation and needs of a user. It is not to do with any one particular product or platform. It's in general how they interact with the world, why they need to do certain things that they need to do, where are they driven or motivated from. So whenever we want to understand something outside of the context of our product, for example, if it is Zomato, and we just want to understand how do people decide what to eat. We are not deciding, coming and seeing what button they're clicking on or what kind of filter they're applying to get to a food. How do they decide? How does mood impact? How does time of the day impact? How does their environment, like, are they in office? Are they at home? Are they comfortable? Like, do they use phones? Do they talk to each other to get recommendations? What drives that behavior? That's user research. When we want to understand how a user, what kind of decisions the users makes on Zomato to get to the dish that they want to order, that is UX research. Do they look at recommendations from their friends? Do they apply veg non-veg filter because that's what they do they prefer deals of the day? Do they prefer things that are 30 minutes or less? Do they like to go by reviews? All of that is UX research because we want to see the experience that they have with the platform and what kind of challenges they face there. Now, one of you, so you both actually, Abhishek, Madhvi, both of you focused on one interesting aspect, that one can be a subset of the other, and that is true. UX research can be much broader, where you're covering both user research, trying to understand their motivations and behavior, and then also testing how they interact with the platform. Now, this is a little debated because in this research community, there is not always, you know, sort of agreement on exactly the boundaries of how methods are defined. But more or less, when you say I'm going to do UX research, it can mean just working with the platform, or it can mean I do a little bit of understanding of how, in general, they operate, and then a part of it would be how they use the platform. And the kind of methods you use is gets defined by the kind of research you want to do. There are many ways you can differentiate in research. There, I think you'll hear terms like generative or evaluative research, which means, do you want to learn something new, which is generative, or do you want to evaluate something that exists, like your prototype or your usability testing, your designs? So that's one way of looking. Do you want to check on attitudes, or do you want to do behavioral research? So there are a lot of different ways of slicing. The reason I like to stick to UX or user research is because us as designers will be working a lot on UX research, and we can use different kind of methods to do it. So as long as we are sure what is my objective, not the method, but what is my objective of doing this research, I feel that is much more meaningful or impactful for us to know. Methods come and go. The amount of time we have to do that come and go, and the kind of users we work with will change. But our objective is something that we need to be sure of, and seeing this classification helps with that. So yeah, UX research, it focuses on the experience with your product, and user research, of course, is a broader study. And both of these, now depending on what you choose, it'll determine what part of the product you can research or you'll focus on, what kind of methods you'll do, and very importantly, how you will use the insights. Because what you get from a particular type of research cannot give itself to a different kind of insight. आप उसका जो end result है वो आपके initial decision से tied है. You can't do UX user research and then say कि मेरे platform की evaluation इससे निकलेगी. That's not possible. So you need to be sure what you are evaluating. I'll take a little bit of examples, a few examples. So when you're doing UX research, for example, the kind of questions or the kind of research you'll do is, why would people prefer one type of payment mode than the other? Or how is navigation done on a certain platform? Or what makes users trust a credit score in this particular app? If you take the same question and you say, what are users' understanding of credit scores, or how users use credit scores, that becomes a user research question. It's not tied to credit. It's not tied to my particular app, and I'm not seeing how they're utilizing it. But if you want to see what are the trust markers that exist in credit that makes them feel like this is a valid credit score, I want to refresh it, I want to use it, that is UX research. Then broader questions, how do Indian families make purchases? Smartphone adoption, how does it vary across different age groups? Or if you're working with in-tech languages or multiple languages on an app, how does language preference change with region? These have nothing to do with your platform. They're much broader. Once you get answer to these, you can move into your product. You can see how it impacts your product. So user research you'll use more often than not if you are trying to find a product market fit, you're trying to figure out a new feature, you want to validate a hypothesis or think about certain strategic decision in your product. So if you're working with PMs and strategy leaders to figure out in the next quarter what it is that we can focus on, user research helps give that sort of long-term vision. UXR is basically what I need to push out in the next sprint or so. Any questions so far? I get tired of hearing my own voice, so please cut in anytime. No? Okay. I'm going to brutally move ahead. I'm going to trust that you guys will stop me when you have questions. Because if you are shy, you have nothing to lose except time and the ability to get answers. Okay. So all on you guys, your responsibility. Okay. I hope you guys have some pen and pencils ready or pick jam boards, whatever you feel like using, because I want to take a little bit of time to do this activity just to get a clear sense of whether we understand truly what is the difference between UX research and user research. So these are imagined briefs that you have that you've gotten from your own team or from a client. One is that they want you to do the overhaul of the UI UX an app to of an app to deliver improved experience. It could be any app. They want you to do a UI UX overhaul. The other is that somebody has a client is or your particular company wants to create this medication access platform and they want to use AI powered um, assistance to deliver medication. Maybe see a version of like an AI powered Tata 1mg or something similar, and they want you to design what is the MVP of that. Then maybe you're working with a food delivery app and you need to understand what kind of support the delivery partners need to be able to manage grocery deliveries when they are out there writing and getting orders. And the fourth brief is that you need to evaluate whether the new UI resonates with the users, and it's comprehensive, it supports navigation, discovery. These are the four briefs you've gotten. I'd want you to take 5 minutes and just think, which would you classify these as UX research and which as user research, and very importantly, why you would classify them like that. Right? So I'll put a time. Can I put a timer? Let's see. Or Manoj, will I need you to put a timer?
Done.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Oh, sorry. in case you guys are done, happy to start hearing from you. Don't have to wait for the next 25 seconds. Yeah, Madhvi, go for it.
Yeah, so the first one, like overhaul the UX and UI of an app to deliver an improved user experience to customers. For me, I feel this is more towards like user experience, and it is like whole experience it is talking about. That's why it will come under UX research. Then the second one is define a user-centered AI-powered MVP for a medication access platform. This will come under user research because before we define any user-centered platform, we need to study about the user behavior, their needs, their pain points to come up with a solution. So that will come under user research. Then the third one is understand what support delivery partners requires to manage grocery deliveries. This will come under user research because again we are trying to understand that what is their requirement, what is the user's requirement. So it will come under user research.
Okay.
Then the fourth point is evaluate whether the new UI resonates with the users and supports intuitive navigation. And here we are talking about the navigation and the whole flow. So this will be considered when we do the research about the user experience. So this will come under UX research, according to me.
Got it. Awesome. I will let me do one thing so that everybody, we don't kind of get confused between the feedback. I'm gonna add a few chips to this based on what Madhvi said, and whoever wants to challenge this, I want to hear what do you think this should be instead. So you said, Madhvi, the first one should be UX research. Oh, that's terrible. I'm very aware of being middle of designers, and I don't want you guys to get. Okay. So yeah, define a user centered, you said would be user research. Is that right?
Yeah, user research.
Awesome.
Like I have put there define user centered in second point. User experience research, right? Because we are still talking about platform. That's what I assume. Ki if we are talking about platform and the interaction with user, it should be UX research rather than user research.
This
Okay.
would
Rest
be
of
which
the
one? Which one?
sorry.
Which of these are you talking about? This one?
Yeah, the second
Ah,
one.
okay, okay, got it. So you're
And
saying,
the rest of them are same actually. So
yeah. Oh, oops. Right.
I feel the fourth one would be to evaluate whether the new UI is comes under user research part, because I feel that we are testing it with the users. We are checking with it aligns with the user goals and motivations. So that is the reason I feel like it comes in a user research.
Got it. Thanks for this, Manoj. Okay, so you think that this one should be user research because it's rooted in also understanding user goals and motivations,
Yes,
uh, to be able to understand whether they can understand it well, navigate it well. Very interesting.
yes.
Any other any other input or challenge someone has? What about the other two? Is everyone aligned with these two? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Shyam, did you say something? Okay. Okay, awesome. Very interesting piece. So the reason I wanted to do this was exactly to bring out these points that sometimes it's very hard to differentiate the exact kind of research we're doing because it becomes a little gray area, or because both of the kind of research may come together to be able to answer a certain or meet a research objective. So in the case of the first two, um, I understand. I agree completely. This should be part of UX research. It's very specifically overhauling an app. So every decision you take, any piece of research you undertake is directed towards being able to address the app needs. So pure UX research. And this one, we are not very sure exactly what it will impact. Will it impact the platform? Will it impact like directly? Will it impact some sort of strategy in the future for that particular app? We're not very sure what the exact impact would be, but you get an overall understanding of behavior. So user research. This piece is important, defining a user-centered AI-powered MVP, because for an MVP, that means that product doesn't exist yet to some extent, or the large part of it doesn't exist yet. So you need to first understand the need for it and then build for it and be able to test and validate what you're building with users. So my strong piece would also be suggestion would be that yes, this lies under the purview of UX research, where user research is a core part of it. You will start off with doing user research piece where you discover the needs and motivation. Does someone even need, what does it mean to want to access a medication platform? What are people's needs? Is AI even a solution? Doesn't mean just because we want to build it, that's the right thing. What are the expectations from AI? How do people engage with AI? What benefits can AI add to it? So that is our discovery piece. We discover, and then when we build, after that, we evaluate. Is the way we want the AI to act and support, is that are users finding it easy to interact? Are they finding it useful? Are they able to navigate? Are they able to even understand what the platform is doing? Are they able to get to the medication they need to? Do they need prescriptions? Is it able to give you additional support that it needs? That becomes our UX usability testing, design concept testing piece. So it's a mixture of both with a very strong user research part of it. The fourth piece, evaluate whether the new UI resonates with users or not. So here, Vijay, you said a very important part, which I'd want like everyone to also, everyone at one point will have the same question, that for us to even be able to evaluate a platform, we need to understand users' inherent motivation and needs. uh, which is completely true. So the difference between UX research and user research is not whether you're focusing on their understanding or needs or not. It's whether you're doing it within the context of a platform or outside of that context. Research will uncover needs and motivations in either case. But if you're doing it in the context or against a particular software or an app or even a physical product, it becomes UX research. So very simple thing. Maybe I can give you another example that I sometimes use with other designers is do you guys like to drink tea or coffee? Assuming no. What do you guys like to drink? I see everyone's faces. Wait, I need to.
Just give
Yeah.
me a minute and I will grab some water.
Sure, go for it. Okay. See, this example, I don't really want to use whiskey as an example. So I'm going to stick to tea or coffee. Okay. So imagine I like to make coffee. Manoj is a researcher and he wants to basically come and understand how I make coffee. And he just tells me, walk me through your day. Walk me through your process. And I tell him, oh, you know what? I first take a little bit of warm water, then I put a little bit of sugar in it, then I put coffee in it. Then I peto it until it gives up its life. And Manoj was like, but why do you do that? And I say, oh, I did it because my mom used to make it like that for me. When I used to be studying for my exams, she would sit for 10 minutes beating that coffee. And so I love to beat that coffee till it's all fluffy. And then I put milk and then I make it. And Manoj says, great. And what he's done is he's done user research. He's understood how my preferences and motivations, where that motivation to like really beat that coffee came from. Now he's understood it. Now Manoj wants to design a coffee machine which mimics my mental model. It gives me exactly what I need. It follows that process. And he wants to test whether I can use it. What he has built into the coffee machine is this ability for a whisk to come and beat a coffee to death until I am satisfied with it. And he wants to make sure that I'm able to see the settings, that I can set it for 5 minutes, I can set it for 3 minutes, or I can set it for an auto timing, so that when the texture is perfect, it'll pour in the milk and give me the coffee. When he sees me working with that machine, he's still assessing my need and motivation. I still want to beat it, and I still want it to be fluffy because that's how mom used to make it. But can I use this machine to do it? That is UX research. So evaluate whether the new UI resonates with users, understands the navigation. You will still understand the needs and motivation, but for this platform. Hence, this research. Wake up, guys.
So,
I see a lot of confusing face. Please feel free to ask the question if you still it down. Okay. We don't want to like cover the whole session. Just you are left in the confusion. So wherever we are, we can arrange other session. But if you have a question, feel free to ask.
and Ishita, I'm still confused with the third one. Define a user research. How would that does it comes under the UX research part?
Because, like I mentioned, UX research can encompass both working with the platform and user research. Think of it as a big piece, and user research can be a subset of it. So, UX research means you're trying to understand how can you tell me a little bit about, like, Vijay, where you work and what kind of things do you work with, so I can make it contextual.
So actually, I'm working on B2B and B2C products.
B2B and B2C products, right? So do you work on like new improved features for certain for
Yes.
your yeah? So
Yes.
now if a client comes to you and says that I want to introduce an AI bot for one particular vertical or one particular part of my platform, right? So this is very similar to that. So your platform already exists, but they want to introduce something new. They may not even say, actually, I want a new AI bot. The CM, the people, the stakeholder, the PM comes to say that like AI bot is quite um sort of quite the rage right now. We don't want to be left behind, but we are not sure exactly where it can fit in the platform. What is the AI intervention we can give on this platform that attracts users, and so that we are not sort of left behind, or not even users. If it's B2B, then for our client, how can we build an AI so that it helps them do their work better? Now the thing is, have this mammoth task that it has to be in the platform, but you don't know where AI can fit in. You don't know what the feature can look like. Should it be a bot? Should it be a co-pilot? Should it be some part of a type of a companion? What it should solve for? Should it help with navigation? Should it help with data retrieval? Should it help with insight generation for your client who's using that platform? इसमें आप सिर्फ एक टाइप की रिसर्च नहीं कर सकते. You have to do discovery. You have to understand how people use that platform, where there is a gap for AI to fit in, and then you will build those designs and test those designs and say, oh, now I've built this prototype. This is the need I'm fixing. Can users understand how to use this AI feature? So you're doing both discovery, which is user research, and you're doing validation. So when you look at UX research from the bird's eye level, it can encompass both. But user
Okay.
research also, it can stand on its own, where you just do discovery, you don't do any testing.
Okay. Got it, Ishita.
Better?
Yeah.
I know it's a bit of a tricky piece. Sometimes it gets very gray. You can't tell the difference between the two, but that's fine. The idea is that we should always question exactly what is it that we are testing. The idea is to think along those lines. You may not always have the answer. Any other question before I move on to research life cycle, just to give an overview of what that is?
Hi. So I guess user research is kind of a holistic picture where I can say it's a blueprint from point A to point B, and where user research is like a particular part of it.
Can be, yes. Yes. It can be a part of it. It can even exist like independently. Sometimes just when you're doing a new product altogether, you don't know where that product will go, what it will look like. You
Hmm.
just want to know the need for it. Um, a lot of behavioral research or academic research for digital products is user research also, because you're just trying to understand how do people think about these things and use them. So, but yeah, otherwise, Bhavesh, you got it.
So, like, we can say now that whether the relation of user and product is established, so we can like differentiate both of them. If it is established, then we can say now that it is an UX research.
Yes.
And when it is not established and we are not confirm about that, so we
Yeah.
can say that it is a part of user research, but still it is broad open to the UX research part also, right?
100%, yeah. Because you don't know what implication it'll have in your app or platform yet. You're just trying to understand how people think. So, a, a lot of times, again, when you're trying to start something new, or a business needs to figure out a long-term strategy. So, as designers, as we move forward with our career, we also become like senior designers, lead designers, strategists, where we're not just thinking about that pixel, but we're also thinking long-term. What does it mean for the product? A lot of your user research use cases will also come there. earlier on we already have something to create. If we, especially B2B, we'll have legacy products to maintain, or we'll be wanting to build a new app with a B2C. So you'll have something, you'll need to figure out that exact design. So there are more chances you'll focus on just doing usability testing, more design walkthroughs, and getting feedback कि ये design काम कर रहा है या नहीं. As you move forward, you'll start to think of more user research, because now you're thinking long term also, and you're having a voice to be able to say, you know what, no, the product should take this direction. For example, there is a great need for AI in integrating AI into platforms. Let's invest in how AI is being used in our industry, which is user research, and then see what we can do with it in the next 2 years. So that's how you can. Okay. Overall research life cycle. So again, I'm sure for some of you who've been in this field for a very long time, you would know this pretty much how research is sort of almost like a plug-in whenever we can get the time or resources or permissions for it. So research life cycle, very simple. You have a problem, or not even a problem. You have an opportunity to either something you have designed, you want to make sure I've designed it properly, or you don't know where to start. You need to create a, for example, this AI intervention, and you need to speak to the user to understand this better. So there is this requirement, so to speak, that is come. What will you do? You will basically think of a list of questions to ask to the person. You will try to get access to the right person. If it's B2B, then you might try to get in touch with the right PM, maybe the dev team, maybe the sales team of that product, who speaks to users. Or if you're a B2C, then you might want to get access to certain kind of target groups for your product. So you'll set up calls, you'll either meet them in person. If it's a hardware that you work on, or industrial products, then you'll go in person and see how they're using it. Or you might do this over Zoom. You'll get feedback, and then you sit with your feedback, and then we'll make sense of it. Then you'll try to make some sense of it, and then you'll try to make designs out of it. Very broadly speaking, this is how research is usually done. There's nothing wrong with it. All of it is right. What differentiates average from a very good research are the nuances, not the steps. All the steps remain the same. And because of the different constraints we have in our jobs, or in our, not exactly our jobs, but basically in our organizations, how much time we have, how many people we have to do research with, that changes some parts of how we can approach research. So there's no point in me saying follow step 1, then follow step 2, then follow, you can't skip any steps. That's not what research is about. Research is very flexible. It's very accommodating. The only thing is you need to get the right questions in place. You need to ask the right questions and make sure you're getting the right answers and you're not being biased about that. That's all you need to do to get good research in. You don't have to worry too much about, oh my God, I didn't do step 2, or I didn't do step 4, or I didn't spend 35 minutes. I was supposed to spend 35, I only got 20 minutes, or I have to have spoken at least with 7 people. I could only speak with 5. That's all. That's fine. Research is very flexible. Make sure you're asking the right questions, and you're choosing, when you are thinking of insights or feedback, it's coming from a place of objectivity, not bias. You can still make great design solutions with 3 or 4 pieces of feedback than 0 feedback. All right. So don't think of research as something somebody has to do only when you have time. The whole point of this session is every product initiative you take, even if you spend 15 minutes of really good research, it has much more impactful than cutting it out of your design cycle, thinking I need to spend more time, otherwise I will not do it. Yeah, sometimes your PM or a client, or I love PMs. PMs are enemies, but they have their own constraints, unfortunately, and they'll be a lot of times directing the scope of the project that you're part of. But a client or a PM or any other peer will come to you and say, I need to get my usability testing done. Okay. Now your role as a designer is not to say, okay, let's go for it. No, it is to say, but what are we testing? What is the objective of this research? That's not just about UX research or user research. हमें सवाल क्या, किस सवाल का जवाब चाहिए? Because until we know that, the kind of method we choose or what feedback we get is moot. We can go for very wrong or very complicated methods we don't need because our research question is not clear to us. All right. So overall, what are the key things that you should have in mind when you're thinking of creating research? Understanding your research question, which we'll come to a little more in detail. So what is it that I need an answer to? Which means that once I get an answer to this, my research is done. Once I understand the pain point, my research is done. Once I understand how people navigate from this point to that point, my research is done. So that research question needs to be sharp. Who should I talk to? In B2C, you have an access to your own users if it's a product. Now, within those users, what kind of do I want to focus on certain geography, gender, economic classification, like tier one, tier two city, digital literacy. Should the people be very savvy with apps and platforms? Should they be absolutely new? Or active users or power users versus absolutely new users because I want to test onboarding, things like that. So who should we speak to? In B2C, this becomes very different. Your dev teams, your sales teams, your product teams, your business teams, leadership has a different understanding. So many people you want to talk to. Depends on the kind of question you have. What kind of methods? Should be one-on-one interviews. A lot of times we do virtual, Zoom. Should it be focus group? Do I want to hear multiple voices about the same topic? Or do I want very in-depth understanding of this one person's use case? So one-on-one. Do I want to ask overarching questions, or do I want to do usability testing of the prototype I've created, clickable prototype? Or do I just want to have a concept in mind? I have 2-3 screens. I just want to do a design walkthrough and see how people react to it. Or I have multiple. I have 2-3 versions of showing it. So I want to see preference that people have. And then you also need to define, once this research is done, what will it inform? Does it impact long-term product vision? For example, the AI example that I gave. Does it impact for the next 6 months what this product will focus on or move towards, which is AI integration or being AI first, for example, or maybe even abandoning a certain target group and rebranding itself or refocusing its energy on a new target persona. Does it validate design decisions? So I need to push out this feature, but I am a little blind about how people utilize it, or there's certain nuances left. So is my research feedback only supposed to validate the design and improve it? Or is it going to be that we don't have the next steps ready, we are doing the research, and then it'll lead to a set of recommendations what we can do, but how it ties to the product, we're not sure. For example, I want to do research to see how users interact with different languages on an app. Now, I will create this summary that what kind of language settings people prefer, how do they talk, how do they use keyboard, do they use Indic keyboard, do they use English, do they use type, say in Hindi but type in English, like kya hai will be KYA, not the Hindi keyboard. So how do people interact with Indic language? I will create a list of recommendations on how people do it, but I don't know how it interacts with my platform. So it could be that. You need to be clear what it leads to. If it's not, this research can get very messy and overwhelming. If you have an end goal, it will help you streamline कि मुझे यही सवाल पूछना है, इतना टाइम है, इतने methods हैं, and जब मुझे पता चल गया कि 5 recommendations आ गई, I can stop my research, because otherwise you can do it endlessly. Trust me, you'll feel like I want to talk to more people, I want to write more. No, have a deadline. If not, your PM will have a deadline. So that's so. Any question? I really want to talk about research questions, but yes, Madhuri, any question?
So from the previous slide, can you go back? Yeah, the last bit. No, one more slide. Life cycle, that plan was there, no?
Four.
So here it was mentioned, no, that design recommendation. So what if we don't land up to 5 questions or like 5 design recommendations or any recommendation from their interview questions? So in that case, also can you give one failed uh, like one-on-one interaction which didn't lead to design recommendation, but of course it validated the design decisions from the feedback that we got from the custom like user?
Okay, so before I answer that, I have another question for you. What is your understanding? What do you think a design recommendation is or should be?
So basically, if some user is facing an issue, like maybe he is not able to log in, just a basic thing. So I know that okay, there is a issue in login which the user doesn't get it how to do it. So I should design something or come up with a solution that provides the user experience better. So in case of like I'm not getting the that solution idea from the user, in that case, what should we do?
Yeah, that's a really, really excellent question, Margaret. I'm glad you asked that. Um, okay, so there are multiple ways I can answer this. Most importantly, the first one I would say is design recommendation is not rooted in only things going wrong. There are so many times a user will do things the right way, and you want to make sure that that does not get changed in their experience. So, a design recommendation could also be rooted in something that has gone right, that they were able to discover, they were able to navigate, they were able to identify, which is why we can do it. So, one is that. Second is users should not give you a solution ever. User will only give you observation. So, as a designer, it is our responsibility to make solutions, and it is the user's responsibility to be honest with their feedback. So, a user will say, I don't want this information on screen. Why is my, for example, if there is a onboarding form. So, a user will say something like, maybe off the top of my head, okay, I'm making this up. A user will say, there are too many form fields during onboarding. I don't want it removed. That is not a solution. That is a feedback. Okay, why do you feel there are too many forms? Why don't you want to fill this? It's like, this is too time consuming. I need to click, I need to select every drop down. It takes too much time. I need to be able to get to my, for example, I need to be able to my Uber pe onboarding करें. I am standing there on the road, I need to book my cab. You can't be asking me 30 questions. Like, okay. So now you've asked 2, 3 questions. Now you've understood the problem and the feedback. The design solution is not to remove the form fields. The design solution is, at the time a user has just downloaded Uber, how can we enable them to make their first booking or to make a booking uninterrupted, make the experience uninterrupted while being able to capture their credentials that are necessary. That is how we can get to a solution. So that could be that maybe you are allowed to, you make only 2 or 3 questions that you can do very quickly, single screen, maybe not too many clicks. As soon as that's done, payment link is done, your name and your drop location or whatever verification is done, book your first. And once you're done with your ride, you can to book your next ride or to finish before you finish payment, you can get the rest of them. Thinking out loud, of course, there are many ways of solving this, but the solution should not come from the user, only observation. Okay. And the third thing is, yes, there will be times that a session is absolutely dead and you're not getting the things, information or feedback you want. That is also rooted in how you're moderating the session, what kind of questions you're asking. Are you able to get the user to talk? Sometimes users don't talk, or they're shy, or they're nervous. Sometimes they're one word or monosyllabic they talk. So a lot of responsibility to get feedback also lies on us as researchers and designers to ask the right questions, make them comfortable. Like right now, 2, 3 of you have still not spoken to me. I will continue to try for the rest of the session, and I'll make sure you guys speak, because I need to get that feedback from you on whether you're able to understand and follow and enjoy the session or not. If I don't get any feedback, part of that responsibility is mine. Part is yours because maybe you're not comfortable. Those are things I can't handle, or they're outside of my experience or control. But from our end, we need to make sure the way we are asking the questions, sometimes people talk too much. Are we able to divert them to the right piece? So I get feedback only on this. I don't want to know how they do it on how 3 years back they did something else with some other platform. I don't want to know that. I want to know right now what do you think about this script? So they interplay of these 3 things: my moderation, and the questions I ask, then how I'm able to get feedback, not solutions. And then also positive feedback can also lead to design recommendations. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Ishita, I have a question here. So
Yes.
actually, what if the user is providing the solution instead of giving the feedback? So at the time, what we have to do?
Can you give me an example off the top of your head, maybe, if you've experienced it?
As you said, there are a lot of fields that the user doesn't want to fill, right?
Yes.
So what if he says like, I don't want this, just pre-populate it, something like that. What if he suggests the solution? At the time, what we have to do?
Yeah, got it. So actually, you know what? Just to answer that question, I'll jump a little ahead. I'll come back to the questions later. But yes, this is a piece I wanted to come back to on how you decode feedback from users. And I'm very happy to jump to it right now also. When you are, this is both part of when you've gotten feedback, maybe somebody else has done the research for you. Maybe you have a UX researcher in your team and they've done it, and you've just got raw data you need to go through. How do you start going through it? All right. So part of it is rooted in what you asked, which is why I say designers need to be part of the research all the time. Don't give it out to someone else. When you have to sit with raw data that somebody else asked questions for, it's very frustrating because you'll feel like कि मैंने ये क्यों नहीं या इस बंदे ने ये क्यों नहीं पूछा. I only got half the answer. So be part of the moderation. And what that can lead to is when you're saying this example that you're only going into solutioning, remove the form fields. There is this, that is what the user is saying. That is the surface complaint. You need to get deeper into what is the behavior that is required. And there are multiple ways of doing that. A very important one that I go for is the 5 whys technique, which means you constantly go back and ask, but why? Can sound a little naggy, but trust me, it really works. So right now, if this person says these are too many form fields, now it's, as designers, we feel like, yeah, that makes sense. अगर बहुत form fields होंगी तो मैं भी irritate होऊंगा. But that is assumption based. Why are they irritated? Okay, why is too many form fields a problem? It's like it's too time consuming. Why do you need it to be less time consuming? Because boy, I'm standing in the middle of the road, I'm trying to book my cab, but it's asking me too many questions. So now what you've done, sorry, the meme keeps coming up, but what you do, you've unlocked the behavior. The behavior is I want to book an app efficiently. I want to book a cab efficiently right now. It's an urgency. I need to be somewhere. बारिश हो रही है, मैं road पे खड़ा हूँ. So the asking the 5 whys helps you get to that point because users will want to, and especially if you are in B2B, they know their product so well. They will say, ये कर दो. इसका design change कर दो. But you have to be like, but why? Why do we need this? Or how will this impact your experience? How do you see this improving? When was the last time you had to do this? So there are these probing questions that help you understand their context. Screen पे क्या हो रहा है वो तो है ही, पर आपके आसपास क्या हो रहा है? For example, if somebody is saying that I want to be able to book a lady, you're interviewing a lady who needs to make appointments for her doctors. So it's a B2B. It's like a um, appointment management dashboard for a hospital. Okay? And you're interviewing somebody for that. You design that sort of that dashboard, and you're saying that how do you find this experience? And she's like, in the same thing that it takes me too long to do this. And okay, why does it take you too long? She's like, because I'm distracted. I'm handling a child. I have a 3-year-old, and then I have to scroll and keep booking, and then it times out. And I have to take care of the child. When I come back, it's timed out. I have to start over again. It's like, oh, then why do you? So when you ask why do you need it to be shorter? Even though it seems like obvious, everybody would want it to be shorter, right? No, for her, she needs it to be shorter because it keeps getting timed out because she can't sit in one go and do it. So then what is the solution? The solution is not to remove form fields. The solution is to save progress so that she can come back and complete that application, which is our responsibility to understand.
Actually, it depends on the scenario, right? User scenarios only.
Yes. It depends on the scenarios, which is why, again, the kind of user you speaks to, it defines the kind of feedback you'll get. Which is why it's important to think of diverse people to speak to, different cohorts. Do I want to, which is where, so you'll think of these things like you'll think of personas. Why are personas important? Or why are 5 users versus 7 users important or 10 users important? Because they help you unlock so many scenarios that you will not get access to. Now, given the amount of time you have, of course, resources you have, you can't design for every single person there. But it's very important for you to think if I can only get access to, I have only maybe 3 days to do this research, what are the quickest way I can get access to maximum amount of information? And that methodology thing, of course, deeper discussion, we can get into it later. But very important to push users to say why they feel a certain way and not for us to not assume कि हाँ फॉर्म फील्ड सबको ही कम चाहिए, मुझे भी गूगल फॉर्म भरने में मजा नहीं आता. No, that's our assumption. Yeah, so that is one way you can move beyond solutioning from users into understanding feedback.
I mean, there could
Ishta,
be
I also have, sorry, please continue, Vijay.
okay, sorry. So there could be multiple scenarios, right? How do we unlock most of the scenarios at the time?
Interesting piece. So again, like that's what I said. Two pieces. One, based on your amount of time you have, you will have to create certain metrics on how you can maximize. So for example, if I have 1 week to do testing. Let's not say I have an entire week to finish everything, but I have again B2B. No, users are not always available on time, so I have the liberty of taking 1 week to speak to people. Now, in 1 week, I need to maximize. I need to be able to speak with at least 5 or 6 people. If it is a usability test, there's this sort of rule of five. I think Steve Krug mentioned it or another author mentioned it. Sort of a rule of five, which means after 5 users, you start getting very similar feedback. 80% of the feedback for your usability prototype gets unlocked in 5. Now, those 5 people become important. Should it be a mix of new and power users? So if your usability prototype is focusing on onboarding, then it has to be on new users. Okay. So new users mean then you can do variations. It could be depending on the industry you have. It could be people. For example, can you share what industry you work in? Like, is
I
it
mean, these products.
yeah, like, but is it fintech? Is it health, education, or is it a mix?
It's a government project.
Government project. All right. So within that, if it is new users, onboarding test karna hai, it could be variation of digital literacy. It could be people who are in tier 3, which have low access to, like, who are less digitally literate. Maybe work on lower bandwidth also of data. 2G pe hain, 3G pe hain. Will my app still make sense to them? Will this language still make sense to them? Is the button clear? Do they know how to use tabs? Those are the kind of things you'll figure out from them. So you can do a mix of digitally literate versus digitally non-literate or unsavvy people, because you'll then be able to get different scenarios that way. Onboarding nahi hai, maybe it's just a payment part. Payment part also, 5 people, how can I create diversity within this? So that's the kind of mix and match you'll have to do. Sometimes you'll only have 2 days to do this. So what do? Maybe you can do a focus group. You can focus group, not ideally for usability purpose, but you have 2 days to figure out how people interact with AI. So you throw in this one question to a group of 4 or 5 people who meet your target audience and see how they respond to it, how people bounce off ideas off of each other. So that is sort of mix and match of different techniques you'll have to do to maximize for the time. Having said that, that's why I said you need to know what your research question is and what the objective is, because you can continue doing this with 30 people and not be satisfied. Because when you start talking to people, it gets very interesting, it gets very exciting. You love to hear that feedback and you feel like और लोगों से बात कर लेता हूँ तो और perspective मिलेगा. It's a trap. You'll never start design. Yes, Jyoti had a question.
Yeah, so some of the part you already solved of my questions. I was asking about the diverse users because I have to cater mostly the users of tier 3 or tier 4 cities users. So it is very difficult to ask question to them because they are not very tech savvy.
Yeah.
And sometimes as a designer, I don't understand what kind of a questions I should ask them because they are very shy as well. So how to get information from them, that is a most difficult task. So
Yeah.
what kind of a methods which we should follow so that it can make our life easy as well as them?
Yeah, 100. That's another really great question. And I understand the difficulty of, not difficulty, but this, like, very unique challenges that come with working with T3 audience. So moderation itself is, I know it sounds irritating when you hear this, but it's a practice game so many times, because that's how I've improved. I know I used to really be very awkward in interviews. I used to be very scared. I sometimes still get a little nervous with interviews because every person who comes in comes with their own set of unique sort of experience, or they could be having a bad day. Maybe they've come after a 12-hour shift, they've agreed to do this interview with you, they may not be in best of spirits, and it's your responsibility to do this in 1 hour. So first off, very challenging, and there's no like short rule, but there are certain practices I've learned over the time, and especially for T3 audience. Now it depends what you're solving for. तो आपके प्रोडक्ट पे और प्लेटफॉर्म पे बहुत डिपेंड करता है. But my experience of working with T3 audiences, first of understanding which language they are comfortable in. It does not matter if your Fathom recorder or your AI or your whatever Zoom recorder cannot understand English and transcript. Go for Hindi. Because the first piece to get them comfortable is to speak their language. If you don't speak their language, they will not give you feedback. Because they'll be so focused on sounding right that they will not be honest. So that's the first part. Solve for that problem later. कि वो हिंदी से English translation कैसे होगी? Get transliterated. There's so many now AI tools available, things like that. Start with that. Secondly, the thing that makes T3 audience and almost other customers also feel very nervous is, am I being judged for my performance? Because you keep calling it also an interview. Interview का association है कि आप judge कर रहे हो किसी को. So off the top of the bat only, like when we enter that session, the first thing I do is to have it's called rapport formation, which means spend 5-10 minutes just getting to know that person and make them comfortable. Plan only कि मैं सिर्फ 40 मिनट का इंटरव्यू कर पाऊंगी, बाकी 10-15 मिनट हम चिट चैट करेंगे about anything. And that gets them very used to how you are. They want to be able to trust you, especially if you're doing discovery around fintech, you're doing discovery around digital privacy, data privacy. We बहुत sensitive issues हैं. I've even worked with teenagers, how they use social media, how they face social online bullying. Very sensitive pieces. Why should they trust you and talk to you? Because then you first need to make them comfortable and say, I'm a friend, I'm not someone to judge you and give you marks on this. Especially you're doing a prototype also. Because you'll go to them and say, अच्छा ये मैंने आप मान लो आपके पास एक सामने एक डिजाइन है और आपको वैसे ही अपने फूड का ऑर्डर देना है जैसे आप यूजुअली देते हो, तो आप यहाँ पर कैसे करोगे? नाउ फॉर देम इट्स लाइक अ परफॉर्मेंस कि मैंने अगर नहीं करा तो मैं बेवकूफ लगूंगी. सो इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट इन द बिगनिंग ओनली टू से, देखो मैंने ये डिजाइन बनाया है, मैंने नहीं बनाया सॉरी, देखो हमारी टीम ने ये डिजाइन बनाया है, मैं इससे बिल्कुल रिलेटेड नहीं हूँ, मैं तो सिर्फ देखने आई हूँ कि आपको ये पसंद आ रहा है या नहीं. तो अगर आपको ये पसंद नहीं आता है मुझे बिल्कुल बुरा नहीं लगेगा क्योंकि मैंने तो ये बनाया नहीं डिजाइन. So when you do this, they feel like, oh, you know what, they will not mind it so much. तो मैं बोलूंगी देखो अगर आपने नहीं बताया ठीक से और इन लोगों ने ये ऐप बना दिया तो आपके लिए भी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. तो आप एकदम बेझिझक मुझे बताओ कि ये कितना गंदा लग रहा है और क्यों गंदा लग रहा है. So you do that, you get friendly with them. There is no place for professionalism. You talk to them like a human and as a friend as much as they allow you to do it. And also very important. So I say these things, you will not be judged. आप जो भी बोलोगे वो confidential रहेगा. सिर्फ मैं या मेरी research team ये notes लेंगी. मैं record कर रही हूँ. Are you comfortable with it? और किसी को ये recording नहीं जाएगी. Sometimes they would want an NDA depending on your company you're working. So NDA में also when they're signing it, they get a little worried about signing NDAs. हाँ, paper कोई दस्तखत करवा रहा है मेरे.
Right. हाँ.
Like ये सिर्फ ये बताने के लिए कि आपकी वीडियो आपका ऑडियो कहीं और यूज नहीं होगा. So you're saying these things and seeing them over and over again ना, धीरे धीरे they imbibe it. When they're doing a task during prototype or usability testing and you say कि अगर मुश्किल हो रही है आप टेंशन मत लो, आप बस बता दो आप क्या सोच रहे हो, आपको क्या नहीं मिल पा रहा है आपको, and they will come back and then they'll ask you मुझे यहाँ पे क्लिक करना चाहिए. Trap. It's a trap. You will not answer that question. Because they are nervous, they want you to lead them to success.
You don't need them. Yeah, right.
हाँ? So I just say, अगर मैं यहाँ नहीं होती तो आप ये कैसे करते? अभी तो मैं हूँ, तो मान लो मैं आपको बताऊंगी पर आप पहले बताओ मैं नहीं होती तो कैसे करते? So it helps them unlock कि this is how I'm thinking, this is my mental model, this is where I'm struggling and where there's a big gap in your design. But I still never give them an answer. Because the minute you give them an answer, they start becoming dependent on you in the interview.
Right.
You will lead them through it. Yeah. Never answer them back. And they will be insistent. They'll say, but बताओ तो कि ये बटन करना चाहिए ये. जैसे कि अरे मैं आप पहले बताओ आपका क्या मन कर रहा है करने का, अगर मैं नहीं होती तो आप कैसे करते, अगर अच्छा आप बताओ इन दोनों में फर्क क्या होगा, इस पे क्लिक करोगे तो आपको क्या लगता है क्या आएगा, गेट ऑल दैट इन्फॉर्मेशन आउट, एंड व्हेन दे आर एब्सोल्युटली एग्जॉस्टेड एंड देयर इज नथिंग न्यू फॉर देम टू से, दे अच्छा कोई भी चूज करो, इट डजंट मैटर सो
So
यू
we have to be very patient with them and very friendly with them.
very, because at the end of the day we need them more than they need us.
Right,
We need that feedback. They're very, very valuable to us. And then there'll be other type of people who will talk non-stop. Because
right.
I have done especially in generative research where it's where you don't have a screen to anchor you, and there's nothing to distract them. They will go back into their history and their chachas and mamas and tayas and start talking to you about stories. And moderation is being able to figure out that difference between how do I give them that time to express themselves, because that's part of rapport formation and building a relationship. But I have my 5 questions to answer. I have to give this feedback. So, how do I contain it? And another trick for moderation that I use for over talkers is it's very popular, it's called the parking lot. So what it is now this is a real example. I was doing research for the social media app, and I wanted to understand how parents sort of when like under 18 teenagers use social media app, they share a lot of information, they put pictures, they put statuses. How do Indian parents feel about navigating that permission settings and all? Because later on, like as we move forward, this guardian this way of doing authentication through guardians for minors will come into play. It's part of the DPDPB Act, the Digital Protection Act. So we're doing a little
Right.
bit of research around that, and we're talking to now tier 3 parents who themselves are not very tech savvy, but their kids know everything about social media. So how do you feel about giving permissions? Sometimes you share the phone, you share password, very sensitive questions to ask. And there's one person who was very proud of their child and spent 15 minutes almost trying to say मैंने अपने बच्चे में इतने अच्छे परवरिश करी है, इतनी अच्छी संस्कृति डाली है, पता है वो अब वो यूएस गया, बचपन से उसमें ये था, उसको ऐसे करने का शौक था, मैंने बोला तुम ये कर. Fine, express yourself, feel proud about your kid, that's great, but I need to navigate and bring this within the constraints, especially because it was a focus group. How this person talks and how much power I give them to talk impacts how other participants feel. So I don't want them to feel less important or to feel that this is a one-man show and they don't have a voice. But if I reprimand him too sharply, they will feel scared that this is how she gives feedback. It's very tricky. There is no shortcut. Comes with experience. You will make mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes. That's I've done. But parking lot that's a really interesting idea. You know what? I really want to give this dedicated time. So why don't we park this, and I will come back to this at the end of the session. So, Mr. Sharma, how do you feel about, and immediately switch to the other person in case of a focus group, or if it's the same person and you're doing a generative interview or something, you say, I want to come back to this, but there is this piece that I have been thinking about for a long time because of what you said. So, what do you think about this? And you very gently bring them back. So, what the parking lot does is it acknowledges that I have been heard. The user just wants to be heard. Like it's their moment to be able to share things. So for them, it acknowledges कि इस interviewer ने मेरी बात सुन ली है. They found it important. We may come back to it. Right now, they want to ask another question because it's burning, but we'll come back to it in the end. 99.9% time, they forget by the time of end. And you will obviously not come back to it because you don't have time for it. If you have time, maybe you can entertain it or whatever. But parking lot is a great way to do it. I'll send some resources to this group later. There is this really, really good couple. They called AJ and Smart. They have their own platform. It's purely dedicated to user research, methods, moderation, practice tips. Really great stuff. I'll share it with you guys with this tech. So they have a lot of these techniques to do. So you can figure out based on the kind of people you're working with over time, you'll understand which technique to use when. But parking lot and rapport formation in the beginning, figuring out the right language to speak to, and constantly telling them, not giving them an answer and asking how they feel about certain things. These 4 5 things will get you like almost 60 70% of the information.
Thank you so much, Ishtha.
No.
That's really helpful.
Most welcome. Any other question that we have? Okay. Okay, great. I had water here. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm thinking where to go back. Where was I? Research plan, yeah? Mm, yeah, maybe while we're talking about research questions, yeah. So research question I want to really focus. I'll give it maybe 5-7 minutes and we'll move on, because I feel like your research as a practice, you undertaking an initiative is only half as impactful if your research questions are not in place. Now, very important thing, research questions are not the questions you ask your users. Those are interview questions. And if you Google this online, you will hear all sorts of different things. Some people will call those as research questions. Sometimes they'll call these research objectives. There's a lot of noise. It depends who you're learning from or what you want to believe in. The main thing is that main distinction is research questions are for us as designers or as people who are part of that product. They are not something that the user needs to know. The objective of a research question is to define what I need to find out from this exercise. I may have 2 days to do a research. What is my research question? I need to know. It could be as simple as what are the challenges people face while being able to navigate from the landing page to our solutions page. As simple as that. I have 2 days to do this research. Now, this is my research question. I will not go to the user and say, what are the challenges you face while you navigate from the first fold to the solutions page? A, they'll not understand that question because they do not know how to answer it. And B, it puts them in a design mode. This is a designer's question. They are not supposed to design the solutions for us. So they shouldn't be, oh, the kind of challenges I face is that navigation is like this, or it's a long scroll, or no. The kind of questions we ask to be able to answer this question are our interview questions. How do you use the landing page? If you need to go to solutions, how do you go about it? What do you expect to do? What do you expect to happen if you click on this? Maybe they'll use, because we want to understand, do they use the navigation bar? Do they use certain CTAs on a particular fold? Are they looking for information somewhere else? Do they go through testimonials to somewhere else? Blah, blah. What in a landing page is maybe allowing them to explore or discover, or maybe if it is if we are doing this in what kind of industry can I give an example to? Maybe if it is a portfolio and that people are looking at, they're so used to discovering solutions in a certain way, they will look for that button here. So how are they doing it? Yeah, that is my research question. And when I'm observing their behavior and asking them, oh, what did you expect to do when click? What did you expect to see when you clicked on this? Or how will you get to this particular piece? What is attracting your attention? Those are my interview questions that will answer my navigation question. Okay. It is slightly tricky to get the hang of research questions, but I strongly suggest everyone practices it. So a way to understand research question is it should be specific. There are a lot of frameworks. There is a SPA framework, specific, practical, actionable. There is a SMART framework, which is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound. Both are saying the same thing. They're basically saying कि मेरा research question vague नहीं होना चाहिए. How do people feel about my website? No, terrible. What does feeling mean? What part of the website? Are you talking about the entire website? Are we talking about onboarding? Are we talking about payment? Are we talking about blogs, resources, product discovery? People, what people? Power users, new users, certain target, repeat users, whatever. It should be specific. What are we trying to understand? Because that is what makes it actionable also. If you're saying, what do people feel about my website? How do you measure it? What is the method that you use? Maybe it's not practical enough to answer this question within the 3 days that I have to do this research, or even within the 2 weeks I have. We can have a whole lot of feelings. How is it practical to keep it within the bounds of my time and resource constraints? Maybe I'm the only person doing this. And the last is actionable, which is what do I do once I get an answer to this question? So if I ask the question, how do people feel about my website? मुझे जवाब मिल भी गया तो मैं उसका क्या करूँगी? Do I want to understand pain points? Do I want to understand what is working well? Do I want to understand where people need support with task completion? Which is not that they are not able to do this task well, they're not able to get what they need to do. But do they sometimes struggle? Is it longer for them, or is it more tedious? They go through a long routed way, something like that. So, a good research question helps you define those boundaries, keeps your research project practical, doable, and then gives you much sharper insights because you know ये answer हो गया ना, तो मेरी insights basically इस question को answer करनी चाहिए. So it helps you write your insights also, write your feedback well. And once you have your feedback, designing becomes easier. Insights, once you have your design becomes easier. So another big question. So what do users think about our app, like I already said? Another bad question would be, do people like the color blue? What will you do with it? Do people like this button? What is that answering? Makes no sense. Is our design good? As a designer, never answer this question. Even if you say, is our design efficient or impactful? These are all very vague. You will not know where to go from there. You are building a matlab ghadda khod rahe ho aap apne liye, because you may ask this question. It's not impossible to do research on this. You can ask this question, create an entire plan to answer the question on, is our design good? You will not know when to stop, because the more people you talk to, the more nuanced answers you'll get. They'll start defining what good means. They'll start defining what design means for you. And because you're not controlling it, they will lead you down a rabbit hole and your research will never get impactful, or it'll never get finished. Good research questions would be, what are the challenges or friction points or obstacles that prevent users from completing their first transaction on our platform? Now, this in itself is defining so many things for you from the bat. It is defining the kind of people you talk to. It's defining the flows you will test. It's defining how you will do it. You will do a usability walkthrough. You see how they're using your current app. And to some extent, some questions also you'll figure out, because you say, oh, walk me through the last time you did a transaction. Oh, sorry, if this is the first transaction, you'll say, oh, this is our platform. How would you go about doing transactions here? How have you done them on other platforms? What were you expecting to do? So that the research question itself is doing so much work for you. How do users currently track their expenses before using our apps? If it's a fintech app, you want to be able to do some budget wallet feature in there. Then you're trying to understand maybe slightly more user research discovery questions. Abhi kaise karte ho? Excel sheets kar rahe ho? Do you like to do notebooks? Do you want to sit once a week? Do you do it the minute you do a transaction? Do you do it immediately? Do you do an Excel at the end of the month? Or do you use another third-party app and feed it to your other wallet apps, blah, blah, whatever? What information do users need to trust our payment gateway? How do users define trust? How do they trust other things? What in our current platform is making them feel uncomfortable? Like, आज तक मैं नहीं बोलूंगी कि save my card as per RBI guidelines. Till date, I will not do it. Why? I don't know how they're doing it. They're giving me no information up front on how it will be done. What happens when I click on go ahead? What will I see in the next screen? I have no, they've not set that expectation from me. So that's a good research question. What do they need? And once I have their answer, I can work on the solutions to give them what they need, because now I've understood what trust means for them. So this is what differentiates good from bad research questions. They're more specific. You can take an action on them and you can answer them in the time period that you have for that research. So sometimes what prevents users from completing their first transaction could be a larger question. How do users currently, what are the obstacles that users face currently while doing transaction on our platform? That is something maybe you need 2 weeks to answer, because you will do multiple users. You have lesser amount of time. What prevents them from doing the first transaction? And that prioritization sometimes you will not do. You will go to your team saying, these are the 2 things we can find out. But हमारे पास time क्या है और हमारी strategy क्या है, priority क्या है? Are we trying to focus in this quarter on new users? Are we focusing on adoption? Are we focusing on getting more people in? Then we focus on first transaction, because हमें barrier हटाना है to entry. Are we focusing on loyalty and retaining customer users? Do we want to create repeat users? Then we Okay. I'm glad to hear another voice though, but I'll continue.
And
Yeah. So yeah, but if I have less amount, if I want to focus more on retaining users or repeat users, then I'll focus on what stop after the first time. why is there so much gap between the first and second transaction, or what are the challenges people face that prevents them from coming back to the platform, or how do currently they're doing transactions, and where there's scope for them. तो आप research question काफी flexibly उसको बना सकते हो based on your time value. Yes, Manoj.
So, as you mentioned, right, we should not ask what color they like, is it working for net. So, as a visual designer, because when they are doing A/B testing or they have a lot of options, so what kind of questions should you ask, or when it is the right time to test those kind of decisions? That are they liking this landing page or this landing page, A/B testing or any kind of?
Yeah. Sorry. So what you're talking about is when we want to give them a choice and see what's working better for them. Yeah. Or see, the idea is that we can't, even with one prototype. So we've got one design concept or prototype, and we still want to understand whether they're able to see a button, or whether they're able to understand what it does, for example, like broadly. Yeah. And we want to understand. The idea is not to just basically ask them whether you like this button or not, because what users say and what they do are almost always different, and it's not their fault. We as users also sometimes aren't as reflective. We're just doing a task, so we'll not always reflect on it. You can get those answers by asking different questions. So that is one point. Your second point was that we want them to choose between two. Yeah. So the question is that which is a very interesting. I'm glad you asked that piece, which is very interesting because it's very tempting to say इन दोनों में से कौन सा अच्छा लग रहा है आपको. काम ये नहीं काम नहीं करेगा. But apart from going back and saying a user liked this better, there's nothing else you've taken away from that interaction. So I'm not saying don't ask that question. I'm saying ask that question much later. There are a whole
Right.
lot of other questions you can ask, right? Which is,
That was the question. We have done all the research, ideation, brainstorming, and now we are going on the UI. And that is the very first thing, right? Because let's say it is a new brand. There is they don't have branding guideline or something, and we are exploring some color option. That what should we go? Even though there is a color psychology that certain domain follow certain thing, but this is a new age and they don't want to follow this. They want to break the rule. This is the brand that they want to shatter that kind of breaking.
yeah,
So now they want to see which color option the user will like. Let's say it is the upcoming new fintech application for Gen Z or Gen Alpha specifically.
yeah,
They don't want to stereotype with blue color.
yeah,
So they want to test out that which color would go with our audience, like which is Gen Z kind of thing. Okay, so they have specific target, they have specific age range, and they have specific target in mind that we want to see what colors they like. So
yeah,
that's why we have created three options. Okay, one is purple, one is very light shade lime green, and another is let's say pure black and white combination like gray. So we want
yeah.
to test out these things. So what kind of I know that it is still A/B testing, but what kind of certain question we can ask when we are doing this on face to face, not as a like a poll, but as a face
Face to face, as in it's still like a virtual
virtual or
or in person, either way. Yeah. So I'm glad you gave a very specific example. So what you said is it's a fintech application. Our target audience is Gen Z Alpha, uh, whichever other generation has come in, that uses fintech apps. And there is, from what I'm understanding, this is a validation on your branding identity that you've created. So many times if you are getting an opportunity to do research, you will want to test colors, but you'll want to go beyond it also. You may want to test typography. You may want to test the kind of layouts that are done. Maybe you want to do like cool animations, GIFs. You want to come across as mimicking certain other platforms. Like you said, if you want to break a stereotype, it's not just breaking stereotypes of the color, but also how fintech apps behave. Maybe it starts to mimic a social media app platform because they want to be that disruptive. So you have created these 2-3 options that don't only vary in color, but in other pieces as well. And you want to see which identity they are responding to more. It could just be color also, but in my experience, if you get access to research, you'll want to test a lot of things at the same time.
Right, right.
Yeah. So let's treat it as a branding identity validation. कि क्या कर रहा है. Now, okay, let's craft a research question for this piece. We all know, we've all understood what the point is. Gen Z Alpha, FinTech, branding identity validate करने की कौन सा उनके लिए best होगा. And there are 3 options. What would be the right research question for this project? Just throw anything out there, guys. And then we'll get into methods and actual questions to ask. I will not move forward until I hear from. Can we hear?
I know that.
115 will be here, trust me. I'll not let you guys go also. So might as well try. Take
Okay.
it, take a
So,
minute.
yeah. So one of the question that I would ask is like, I want to just do the brand identity validation. So we'll go with that. Okay, we have 3 options. Run 3 options. And can you like choose which might be the color that resemble the fintech app for you? That would be my question.
Right. So that's a user research question which I'll go and ask them. मैं उससे एक step पीछे लेके बोल रही हूँ कि research question क्या होगा इस पूरे project के लिए. How do we do this basically? What would be this for them? For us, sorry. Wild guess, guys. Don't overthink it. They're actually research questions are much simpler than you think. It's not supposed to be very complicated. जो हमने अभी डिस्कस करा है ना, लिटरली उसको एक क्वेश्चन फॉर्मेट में अनबायस्ड तरीके से बोलना है.
I may ask the application that they are using currently. As we are creating a new product, I'll ask to do the competitor analysis. I'll ask the question.
So again, that is something you're asking the user. What is the question for us for this project? What is our research question? This specific practical national, not what we ask.
Maybe the platform or the access of things they have right now for any fintech or whatever their goal is to achieve, right? So what are the current things they have to interact with that? Something about like if they have phone or tablet or something other, some other things like they need help of their parents or something like that.
Got it. Okay. So wait, just 1 second, Madhvi, before I come to you. So I want to get to where you guys are, but you guys are 1 step ahead of. We discussed research questions. What do users think about what prevents users from completing the transaction? How do they use currently? These are research questions we ask or for ourselves when we are starting a research project. So we are starting this research project where we need to understand कि हमारे पास 3 ऑप्शंस हैं, हमें ब्रांडिंग आइडेंटिटी वैलिडेट करनी है जेनजी अल्फा से. तो इस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए हम रिसर्च क्वेश्चन अपने लिए क्या लिखेंगे? What would be this version of this? Madhvi, were you answering that?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
So basically, maybe the design research question that I would ask would be like what is the objective of getting the answer from the Gen Alpha and Gen Z? Second, like what are the color preferences that they have in a fintech app, which is not really going away from your color psychology, but it is also uh, like providing the kind of color palette they are looking from the app. Then yeah, I mean, this is currently I have thought of.
Got it. No, you're in the right direction. I would keep them a little shorter and more
Okay.
mostly so it's
Crisp and
slightly crisper and maybe slightly broader. क्योंकि research question का ना एक वो भी हो सकता है, you might limit yourself by writing too specific a research question also. But let's not get into it. So it's in the right tangent. Very simple. What is the most, for example, of from the three options that we have, which of the three options are the most appealing brand identity for our target audience? It could be as simple as that. Because it's limiting कि ये तीन option ही है हमारे पास. इनमें से which is the most appealing? Now, appealing is an overarching. Maybe you can break it down further into other research questions, like hierarchy में more direct research questions, like which of the three color options are most
Liked by Zen Alpha.
it could be light. It could also be that they're finding it more, they identify it with the most, or they find it most easy to use or friendly to use, or they're able to comprehend it better. Maybe the color and font, it makes it hard to comprehend. The kind of content used makes it hard to comprehend. The other one is breaking down very conversational language or has sort of whatever fun elements to it. So what is it that's more engaging for them, or they're finding it easier to use, or which of the three options match the user's current mental model? Which means they're used to using social media. Maybe they like the social media mimicked identity. So that's your research question. Now comes, what will you ask them? So this, before this method of showing designs at a prototype stage is called preference testing. It is not called A/B testing. A/B testing is used very widely as a term when you need to choose between two things, which is not wrong. But at what point are you choosing it? If it is pre-launch, if it is in design prototype stage, it's called preference testing. If you have launched a beta or you've actually launched those designs, actual users are on the platform using those two different versions. Somebody's only seeing one version, somebody's seeing the other. And you're using actual user metrics like retention, engagement, time spent, clicks to determine the difference between the two and see which one's doing better. That is A/B testing. So A/B testing always happens once you've launched it. It's just terminology for you to use so that you don't confuse between. So what you're doing is three options, you're doing preference testing. What I would do is I would show one option. Then I'd say this is one of the ways that we would want the platform to look like. Just observe. Just say that please go through it, scroll, or you can scroll from depending clickable prototype hai ya nahi. And say, okay, what are the first things that come to your mind? How do you feel about this? What are you liking? What are you not liking? Okay, I repeat this exercise for all three. I may even ask, okay, what is it that you think you will want to do first in this option? Which helps you understand कि उनकी आंखें सबसे पहले कहाँ जा रही है. What is popping? Is it a button that's popping, a fold that's popping? Those are the things you can ask. Repeat exactly the same questions for all three. If you change your questions, it makes it very hard to measure responses. It's not as clean. Sometimes they'll go off track. Sometimes they'll talk more in option 2 than they do in option 1. It's perfectly fine. Everything is feedback. So maybe they're talking more about option 2 because they're able to understand it better, or they're finding more flaws with it. Either way, it'll be a feedback. Now, when you're done with all three, instead of there's nothing wrong in asking which one do you like, but like जो है ना वो एक बहुत overarching factor है. Like is built on more tangible things. What is easier to understand? Where do you feel like you can complete a task better or be able to do this thing better? Fintech अगर app है and you're coming there to maybe check on your portfolio, for example. ठीक है, आपका net worth क्या है या फिर आपका whatever, what is your credit score, blah, blah. Where are they able to do those tasks better? Where they're able to understand? Are they able to enjoy their process? Is it gamified? All of these come together to answer like. तो अगर आप like question पूछोगे ना, you may get an answer, but you'll not understand why. So what I'll do is say, okay, ये सब पूछ लिया उसके बाद कि imagine you had to see your credit score in this entire screen. ऑप्शन ए में वेयर विल यू गो टू सी इट एंड जैसे ओ मे बी आई फील लाइक जहां पर माई प्रोफाइल है शायद वहां होगा. वहां पर आपको क्यों लगता है होगा? क्योंकि मेरे पिछले जो अभी यूज कर रही हूँ उसमें होता है. मैं कहा अच्छा ठीक है. देन यू गो टू द सेकंड ऑप्शन एंड यू सी अच्छा इफ यू वांट टू डू दिस टास्क हाउ डू इट. ओ इट्स अप फ्रंट देयर इज दिस जिफ दैट इज देयर. उसके नेक्स्ट साइड में क्रेडिट स्कोर का कुछ बना हुआ है. आई विल गो हियर एंड सी व्हाई डू यू फील लाइक सामने लिखा हुआ है. इट्स इजी टू रीड अंडरस्टैंड. आई थिंक विल गो देयर blah blah. So I repeat this question, how will you do this task? Where then if you're asking now which one is there area here which is hard to understand, is there something that's hard to understand, always ask the positive also. What is easy for you to understand? Because क्या होता है कई बार users think too much about problem ना, वो solutioning में चले जाएंगे, or they feel like it's their responsibility to start telling you ये मत करो ये करो या फिर इसमें ये problem है. So you lose out on things that are actually working for them. Maybe the content or the writing style is really working for them, but we didn't ask. So when we go back with the feedback, we feel like so many things have to change. The one thing that was working for them, that also we change because we didn't capture it. So ask what's working, what's not working. What are they finding easy to do, not to do? What are areas of confusion? Where do you feel like you'll need more information to make a decision? All of these help understand not just कि color blue अच्छा चल रहा है या नहीं. It'll help you give answers to कि contrast सही है या नहीं, उनसे पढ़ा जा रहा है या नहीं. What is grabbing their attention? Maybe the font is too hard to read. So they're saying it's taking too long for me to read. Why is it taking too long for me to read? I don't know. This first paragraph is easy to read. Second is not. What is the difference between first and two? It could be color. It could be spacing. It could be type. It could be weight. It could be anything. But that's for us to understand. And right at the end, if you had to choose between any one of these, which one would you choose and why? Now, if you say, na, okay, which one do you like? So you have so much data to help you understand why they like option two. Because you've asked all of the things on efficiency, on identity. What does it remind you of? Maybe it reminds you of certain things that's fun. Do you love, you know? And so you can ask that question, but ask all of the whys beforehand. Now, when you go into solutioning, or you say, okay, we want to go with option two. It's not because they liked it. It's so much beyond that. It's because the font is working for them. It's comprehensible. The copy is fine. The spacing and layout is fine. The CTA is visible. So they're able to immediately go to the fold they want to go. All of that helps you answer the question on usability bhi ho gayi, branding identity bhi ho gayi. And you didn't ask a leading.
And Ishita, I have a question here. Actually, we are building a fintech product for the Gen Zs and Alphas. What if the millennial are also using the product? So they don't like that, field, right? So
Yeah.
how do we overcome that part?
Yeah, great question. So the problem is that you will have to accept that you can't solve completely for every type of user. There will be always a user type that's prioritized and which is also a business decision. So if you feel that there is more money coming in or more footfall coming in or whatever prioritization there is there from a Gen Z, which is going to be a strategic leadership level decision that's taken, you will have to prioritize for them, make it the simplest for them, and then make sure millennials के लिए obstacle नहीं create हो रही है. तो millennials को सब कुछ नहीं पसंद आएगा, but effectively 80%, 90% of the job they should be able to get done, which is like basically making it user friendly for any person to come. Which could be something as simple as using the right, if your Gen Zs are your target persona, and usually a generation is not, it will be a mixture of their behavior and spending capacity or whatever. But whatever is your persona, उनके लिए सबसे easy करके, उनके लिए maybe the colors, the flows, the interaction is for them. But for millennials, it's still the system feedback is still in place. You know, your heuristic principles कि अगर millennials को simple चीज करनी है, उन्हें payment transaction, for example उन्हें order book करना है कि खाने का order देना है अगर, we are creating it for Gen Z who may want to see the vibe of, no offense to Gen Z, but I've seen this, how that Zomato works. They started putting this thing called the vibe of the place before you make a booking for a reservation for a table, which helps you see कि party कैसे दिखती है, decoration कैसा लगता है before I make a booking. To me, actually, that's a really smart example. That is catering to a Gen Z, for example. मिलेनियल को क्या करना है, मिलेनियल के हमें नीड्स पता होने चाहिए. उन्हें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता वाइब क्या है, उन्हें देखना है व्हाट इज बजट फ्रेंडली, व्हाट इज अवेलेबल, और ऑफिस के बाद फ्री होना चाहिए, इजी टू बुक टेबल. तो ये तीन सिंपल चीजें, हाउ डू आई जस्ट विदाउट फ्रिक्शन, मेकिंग मिलेनियल्स साउंड सो ओल्ड बट वी आर, without friction, how can I just get them to finish this task? Maybe I don't add a lot of delight for them, which I am focusing on for Go. So you can still create, see the kind of apps that we use, something as simple as Zomato or Blinkit or Instamart. Look at the crazy amount of diverse people that use it. Like there are 14-year-olds placing an order for ice creams and all on it. There are middle-aged housewives. There are, like, my grandmother uses it. Like a businessman uses it, or whatever. So they're catering to everyone. There will be one segment that's their target. which they know will come to it again and again, which is lazy working people like us who don't have time to go down and buy the right kind of grocery and they need it done quickly. So they will make it easiest for us, but the copy that they use should be easy for everyone to understand. The CTAs you use, how easy you make the navigation. Delight एक ही के लिए होगा लेकिन. So you need to balance that. I'm not sure if I can give you a very direct answer, but what I can tell you is with your product company, you need to understand the one person that you put as a P0. And then everyone else is P1, which means they should be able to use it. But it's not the best experience. It's not the 105% you can give. Does it
Okay.
answer the question?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So, and also I have another question. Like you were talking about the metrics, right? So what are the metrics we need to keep in our mind while designing an application? Like in a part of user research or UX?
The metrics completely depend on your research question, which is why research question is so important. Let's look at this one only. My screen is still being shared, right? Yeah.
Yes.
The green band I can't see on this other monitor. So if it is, so research ke do part hai. Like, see, there's another way of seeing research, quantitative and qualitative. So when you're trying to understand what is going wrong, you look at quant, which is your metrics. For example, you get this feedback from sales that up until the demo that I'm doing with the client, everything is going well. As soon as they, and we even like, we are able to sell our B2B, hai, so we are able to sell our platform to them. The minute onboarding starts, it becomes very painful and people start drawing out, they start canceling or whatever. They're trying to find ways to cancel that engagement with us. So how did we get this? We got this through feedback from sales. We got this through metrics on onboarding, that how many incomplete onboardings are there or abandoned, or how many support tickets are raised, which say that this particular piece is not being customized for us or we are not able to finish this. So ये हमें quant से data आ रहा है कि this is breaking down. So quant of all the things we are able to understand कि in metrics से ये पता चल गया. Now we need to know why it's breaking down, which is qualitative research, where we need to say अच्छा क्यों नहीं हो पा रही onboarding. अभी तक तो सब कुछ समझ आया था, the demo went well or our engagement went well, they've even gotten the product. Why is it so painful for them that they want to actually withdraw now? So that's when your user research will come in. Your UX research will come in, and you'll go in and try to do one-on-one questions with them. There, the metrics become different. Now it's a why question. So it becomes things on discoverability, customization, friction when you're able to complete input fields, for example. Is the system able to effectively guide them through the onboarding? Is it asking for questions that require too much time or too much information for which they need to dig back into or go to legal or go to other platforms or their systems and see, oh ये यहाँ पर एक कोई ISI number कोई मुझे चाहिए था जो कि मुझे onboarding के लिए चाहिए. So it could be things like that. So your metrics are very heavily dependent on what part of research you're trying to do, especially if it's quant. If you're doing a survey, or if you have QA say data, you have Google Analytics say data for your platform, you might want to focus on first transaction that is completed, for example. तो ड्रॉप ऑफ्स कहाँ हो रहे हैं, टाइम स्पेंट ऑन ऐप पेज कितना है, दोज मेट्रिक्स स्टार्ट टू मैटर बिकॉज योर फोकस इज फर्स्ट ट्रांजैक्शन. पेमेंट फेलियर कितना हो रहा है, उसके बाद सपोर्ट पे कितना जा रहा है, दोज मेट्रिक्स बिकम इम्पोर्टेंट. Then you start to go into, if you focus ki theek hai, this is a problem area, then I will have an interview and say, why are you having a problem, what were you expecting to do, and you unlock different reasons, and you start to see again these things ki discoverability, ease of understanding, system feedback. एरर मैसेज आ रहा है या नहीं, उन्होंने डाल दिया, उन्होंने सेंड प्रेस कर दिया, बट देयर इज नो सिस्टम मैसेज दैट इट्स बीन the data has been accepted or that the form has been submitted or that the details have been saved. The system is not giving feedback. So those things become the metrics.
Okay. So how do you define all the statements and then provide a solution? Like on what basis you will provide a solution for the problems? I mean the feedbacks.
Yeah. So let's go into decoding feedback a bit more. There's so much to cover and we only have 6 minutes. Okay.
I mean, we can have another session also.
Yeah, I think we should. But I'm glad that I'm not having to follow. Just give me 1 second, guys, and my battery is about to die. I'm just gonna plug in my charger. But yeah, I'm glad that this was like more led by questions that you guys have, because that helps me understand, what kind of problems are you facing. Um, okay, and we're back. Did I miss any? Did I miss any?
Mm,
Sorry, I'm just checking if I missed any messages. Okay.
correct.
I'll do a very quick overarching on how to create those insights, because this actually can be a session on its own, and I'd love for us to practice this with data. Also, I had some activities. An important thing is that insights, learning, observations, ये terminology भी बहुत interchangeably भी use होती है, ठीक है? Observation is something you see them doing. Feedback is an overarching term. Feedback could be observational, be something they have said or they have asked for or whatever. Observation is basically आपने क्या देखा है. Insight brings a lot of this together. Yeah. So for example, we all remember the Uber wala situation, जिसमें the person is trying to fill in. The observation is that the person is not able to, if you do this as a usability test, the observation would be they're not able to fill in all the forms, or they're getting frustrated or abandoning. The context is that that person is standing in the middle of the road while trying to book an app. While trying to book a cab. Why do I keep saying? While trying to book a cab. That's the context. The implication is that they're not able to do their core task, which is why it's causing a failure in them being able to use the app effectively. So the implication is that the current thing that we're asking them to do, which is filling in the form fields, is causing them to miss out on being able to timely do their actual product offering जो वो use करना चाह रहे हैं, वो नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. The insight is that at the point at which cab booking is happening, forcing users to fill in lengthy forms or to give additional data leads users to abandon the app use, because it's creating a friction in their experience. That's the insight. Because I've taken the observation that they're not filling in the form fields. I've put in the context. They're doing it at a time when they're urgent need to book a cab. And the implication is that they will miss out on being able to reach somewhere on time. The insight is they'll abandon the app. So the insight sort of very loosely, obviously, it doesn't have to follow all of that, but it's just कि जब context or observation को आप साथ में डालोगे ना, that's when it's called an insight. Saying that users abandon the app and they don't fill in the form is not an insight. That's an observation, or that's a feedback. Saying that users don't like long form fields is a feedback. So that's an important piece for us to distinguish between. So, for example, the observation is 8 out of 10 users that we did usability testing with, they tapped the logo on the website to go to expecting to go home. इसको भी break down करते हैं. How do we know they expected to go home? They clicked on the logo.
Because they have used multiple application websites. So it's in their mental model.
Yes, which we'll understand once we ask them, why did you click on the logo? So sometimes we've talked to 3 users. Art ho gaya na? Imagine you talk to 5 users. All 5 of them clicked on the home logo. And we asked him, aapne wahan kyun click kara? They said, oh, I wanted to go home. Why did you feel like clicking on that will take you home? Because on the other apps, that's what happens. 5 people said that when you come to the 6th, no, and they click on the home, you say, because they would expect to go home. No, don't do that. Ask them, why did you go? 6th, 7th, and 8th, 9th, and 10th. All 10th will be asked the exact 6 same questions. So, Vijay, like you answered perfectly. I'm building on your answer. I'm not correcting you.
It's got it. Yeah, sure.
That expecting to go home, आप सिर्फ तब add कर सकते हो अपने observation में when it's validated by the user. Okay?
Okay.
The context is that they're familiar with the pattern from the other apps. That's what they had said. That was the expectation. So the insight is that our logo or our design recommendations is that to match the mental model, the logo should be linked to the homepage for intuitive navigation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
This part I've always said, don't confuse observations with insights. Just the fact that they clicked on the logo does not mean we understand that insight is that they want to go home because other apps do it. So don't confuse it. Always have context with you. And of course, the evidence is that we've spoken, all 8 of them say it, you have it recorded or whatever, and you have that evidence. And don't ignore contradictory data. 2 people did not think of it as home, or people clicked. So it could be this metric, no, which is why metrics also should be used with, they're very powerful. Okay, so use them with great power comes great responsibility. Use them responsibly. 8 on 10 users tapped on logo expecting to go home. Doesn't mean 2 on 10 didn't tap on it. It means maybe 10 on 10 tapped on the logo to go someplace. 2 of them thought it would take them maybe to contact page or to the previous page. So there is contradictory data, which means maybe your system needs to give feedback or build the habit or clarify कि यहाँ click करोगे तो ये होगा. Sometimes for the other 2, that depends on how much time you want to effort you want to make on the other 2. But how you write this observation is very critical. You can also write 10 on 10 clicked on go, but 8 on 10 expected to go home. 2 on 10 expected something else, or 2 on 10 didn't take whatever. Yeah. Really wanted to do an activity with you, but there's no time. Okay. I'll do very quickly on how do you take research findings and turn them into design solutions. Do you guys have a hard stop? Can I take 5 more minutes?
Yeah.
If you have a hard stop, no problem.
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
free to go off. And we'll share the deck with you. And thanks for being here in case you need to drop. Have you heard of how might we statements? Just like a raise of hands. For those who are not on video, I've lost you guys. That for me, you guys are a failed interview that I could not fulfill from my end. So I will I will see the hands that were up for the videos. So sorry, one more time. How much videos you've done? Okay, awesome. So the ones who haven't, how might we statements are uh, are a way to start your design solutioning approach by being very user centric. They are statements that we write as designers or as product owners to not try to create an exact solution, but try to redefine our approach. Okay, very verbose thing I said. But basically, how might we is, for example, इसी पे जाते हैं हम. So users, the insight is our logo should be linked to the homepage, or maybe let's even stick to insight se pehle, that it should not be linked to the homepage, but our insight is that users often click on the on the logo with the expectation to go to the homepage. हमने यहाँ तक कर लिया, हमने recommendation पे भी नहीं गए, ठीक है? Now our how might we statement is not let's link the home icon to the home page. Let's link the logo to the homepage. That is not our solution. There is a way where that's a simple solution, but as designers, we want to try different things, right? We want to be diverse. We don't want this to be simple or straightforward. So the statement to take away once we get this learning is how might we help users find the easiest way to get to homepage that matches their mental model. We can add the mental model. But how might we ensure that the users at any time are able to get to the homepage easily? वो लोगो पे इसलिए क्लिक करें क्योंकि learned behavior है. Maybe we don't want to create that learned behavior. Maybe we're trying to be disruptive, but our main goal is कि वो उन्हें homepage पे जाना आना चाहिए. So how might we statement helps you capture that user need effectively. And now imagine the things that are open to you as a designer. There are so many ways you can experiment to make sure, like fun, interesting ways that you can make sure that this person knows how to get to home in a click. Could be as simple as putting a home button. Could be as simple as having assistant there, or like a Siri floating there that navigates with you. It could be an assistant for navigation. There's so many things you can experiment with. But the minute you limit yourself to our logo should be linked to the homepage for future navigation, you're limiting your solution. Sometimes it's required, again, कितना time है, कितना experiment करने का scope है, design sprint कितना लंबा है, delivery कितनी देर में. Sometimes it's straightforward. ये काम नहीं कर रहा है, इसको change करो. Sometimes you can play around. How might we statements help you truly unlock the potential of you being a designer, because they're very creative ways of framing a statement. So, for example, our research finding is users are worried about payment security and this could be a longer research finding, अभी मैंने छोटा कर रखा है, ठीक है, that they हमें समझ में आया research से that they're worried about payment security because they feel like they've gone through because they feel they can't trust payment gateways, or they've had experienced fraudulent behavior, blah blah. The how might we would be not like a solution focusing would be कि हाँ we will put an RBI का symbol there, or we will say supported or whatever, validated by following RBI guidelines. That's a solution. But there's so many other ways to do it. How might we make users feel secure during payment? How might we make them feel that they can trust us? There's so many ways to do it. There's so many ways to guide them. For us to understand वो चीज किस चीज पे trust करते हैं, how do we replicate it into our design? So many things you can do with it. Unclear error messages confuse users. So maybe that, and this could be like if we break up this research finding कि the terminology is confusing. या जो वो नहीं होता एक pop-up आता है, something as simple as if you go back, it will if you so you press on a back button and you get a system feedback saying if you go back you will lose all unsaved changes, ठीक है, और उसके नीचे दो सीटें हैं cancel skip, which happens. Now it is so unclear, what do I do with this makes no sense. So now the easy thing is to maybe change the terminology, but how might we simplify error communication? Which means, do I need to change the placement? Do I need to change the copy? Do I need to change the CTA? Do I need to make one primary and one secondary depending on what kind of flow it is, so that they can differentiate kya important hai? So how might we help open that up a little bit more? Now, writing a how might be question is also practice in itself, just like writing research questions. But when you say na कि अब हम findings आ गए, अब हम इनका करें क्या? The first step that I focus on is either writing jobs to be done or how might we, depending on the kind of project you're working on. Once you have the how might we, then you have like endless number of ways to start brainstorming. You can go directly into sketching. अगर तुम्हारा how might we है, how might we provide transparency in payment process, ये last वाला. That's your how might we. You can actually literally just start sketching. What are the different ways that, what does transparency mean? How can I bring in transparency? Will I give this particular type of pop-up? Will I guide them in a certain way? Will I give a video demonstration? Is the RBI governor going to be a GIF that is explaining something to them? Could be anything. So things like doing crazy eights, which I'm sure most of you know, 1 minute on each idea, or thinking of the worst possible idea and getting it out of your system, or doing like endless writing. So you're doing brain writing or doing brainstorming, whatever, body storming. These then start getting you from research to insights to how might be into designing. So when you're designing, when you're doing your crazy eight, no, it's not just about creating a flow. It's that users find it hard to trust payment process. That is my insight. I am going to how can we make them trust. Now my crazy eight is only focused on creating trust. And that's how you've created a research-centric design solution. Why are you just solving for trust? Because that's what the research said, they don't trust, or they find it hard to trust a payment solution. Yeah. So once you start going to designing, then of course, you guys, I think, are much better at it, more experts at it than I would do. But this is the important gap to bridge, which means that writing how might we's and JTBDs as a practice is that one missing link that most designers miss out on between research and designing. I'll pause here. I'm happy to take any questions you guys have, but in terms of like talking more, yeah, I'm going to pause here. Let me know any questions we have, and we can also figure out another session if you guys want.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
actually, have.
actually,
Yeah, okay. Okay, Devyang, do you want to start?
so like we have talked about like how we convert user feedback and research all those things into solutions or better come up with an experience, right? But how we do if there is no you can say nothing to start, like we are developing very new product or something like that, or how can, like what I do is I just don't like see the current competitors and do the same they have done, or create a hypothetical situation to come up with an answer, right? If to test it. So how do we solve that problem, or how can we avoid reinventing the wheel kind of situation?
Yeah. So if I get it correctly, you're talking about launching an absolutely new product, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any prototypes in place. So what you're starting off with is first user research, right? So user research में first you'll understand कि जो मैं product मेरा idea है, does that even make sense or not? So you'll start off somewhere, right? So give me, let's think of a hypothetical, or do you want to give me a hypothetical example of something you might be working on?
Yeah, we can take a fitness app which is using AI.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, okay. ठीक है.
right.
So a fitness app that's using AI, that's a product that you want to build, right? You're just like it's part
Yeah,
of your startup and you're just figuring it out.
exactly.
So first thing you'll do is you will not go to the user directly because there's so many things you need to learn on your own, right? So this is a little close to things that the research that you need to do that is not user centric. And there are multiple ways: secondary research, desk research. So secondary research is things, any research that you do that doesn't involve the user. Primary research is the research you do, which involves the user. But secondary
Yeah,
research, desk research it's called, is a very critical part of you doing discovery. So
yeah,
secondary research could be all of this. It could be market reports of your competitors. So if you are a fitness app, you're not the first fitness app in the industry for sure. So what is it that
right.
other are doing? Cult क्या कर रहा है या फिर fitness first क्या कर रहा है? या even something that is not an app's primary focus, but they're still following. For example, something like Healthify. उनका primary focus is nutrition tracking, but
Okay.
fitness is a substitute for it. What are
Yeah,
they doing? Yeah. So industry reports, there, because they all these companies also publish their financial reports and yearly reports, blogs, market research, literature reviews of studies that are done with how people think about fitness or what kind of behavior is done there, competitor analysis, how is onboarding done in a new app, how are they, what is their market strategy, what is their GTM strategy, what is their social media strategy. All of this is done from your desk. You don't need anybody else. You just need 3 4 dedicated people and no social life, and you will get an answer to this, right? But this is how you start off. So this is research that's done when you don't need users because you are building the app. Another important part is having internal clarity with your product team. What is it that we are trying to build? Why are we trying to build it? So if you want AI, why are we trying to build AI? Is it so that we feel that AI is actually a good add-on? जैसे कुछ होता है कि AI डालना है because we don't want to be chasers, we want to be early adopters. तो हमारे में potential कहाँ है AI डालने की? एक होता है कि I have an exact idea that AI will, for example, like in Healthify does, that AI will exactly, when you click a picture of your food, AI will calculate that image, say what is the calorie on your plate. It will see कितने छोले हैं, कितने भटूरे हैं, कितने प्याज है, कितना अचार है. It will give you exactly the amount of calories. So my idea is very specific. Yeah, this you'll understand within your team, not even users. You talk to your product manager, you talk to your business leader, you talk to your leadership, like CEOs, CEOs, even when you're doing B2B research now and you're talking to another client or B2C, you speak to their leadership. What do you want to get from this product? So that is the kind of research you do. Once you get there, no, then you start figuring out, okay, this is the kind of app I want to build. I want to build an app, fitness app. It's the hardware is a wristband or whatever, or a bicep band or whatever, just a Whoop hai ya jo bhi hai, Fitbit hai. The app the user will not navigate anywhere. The user will not have to click a button. Everything is done through voice command using an AI. The user at any time will say whatever the name is, hey Siri or whatever, and say what is a good time today for me to go for a run. It will be integrated with my calendar. It will pull out the right time for me and say you have no meetings between 3 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. This is the weather condition. These are the running shoes that you have that are washed. Because obviously I'm just talking a lot, but that is so that is an exact product idea जो तुमने internally अब build कर लिया है through desk research and through talking to your people. You will start sketching because you have to start somewhere. ठीक है? Again, research will not give you all answers. You will have to sometimes start somewhere. Once you do sketches, then you feel like now that I have a design concept for an AI-led app, now I will go to the user and see whether they understand it or not, or whether they like it or not. Because you can do discovery like product fit interviews with users also, but depending on your problem statement, sometimes with the nuanced hota, they need something to see. You can go to your user and say, आप अभी अपनी fitness app कैसे use करते हो? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it? What would you want for it, more from it? Where do you feel like you struggle? When do you do exercises more often? Like, things like that. You can do that discovery session with users also. Go back, use that information, sketch, and then come back with design concepts and test them, right? So where you are in that cycle defines who you talk to and what products you go with. But just remember, you will have to start from somewhere to do your designing and sketching. Sometimes a blind, sometimes just take sketches. These are quite fun. They will respond to sketches. Does that answer your question? Long answer. Okay.
Yeah, completely.
Vijay, you also had a question.
Yes, Ishta. So, suppose we do the how might we like we'll assume that we are getting 4 to 5 solutions for that one. So, how do we validate with the users before stepping into the design? Because we cannot design the solution for 4, right? We have to design only one solution. So, how do we do that?
Okay. I know everybody's going to be tired because I keep saying it depends. Or it's but it is true because any answer I give you will not fit on all the 7 different screens that I have here of people. 2, 3 things. If you have something as simple as an understanding with the entire product team that we don't want to move forward until we get validation from users on which of these 4 concepts work. So you are at a design concept stage. Prototype वगैरह कुछ नहीं बना है. Maybe अगर हम यही example लें fitness app का, तो one thing is that do AI-led navigation. That's one design concept. The second is that we want to do half and half. We want AI to do navigation, but we want users to be able to manually track something or be able to see them. We want them to interact with the app. So that's the second design concept that you've done. Third could be something else. So हमने 3-4 कर लिए हैं, and your product team and your business team is aligned that we have. चाहे कितना time लगे, we will not move forward until we know better from users. Then you do a design concept validation with users. You go, you speak to 10 users. जैसे हम वो preference कर रहे थे ना, testing. What do you think of this? What do you think you can do with this? How would you use it? How does it impact your day-to-day behavior? How do you do currently? Blah, blah, blah. You do a preference and you figure out in चारों में से what and why is resounding more with them, and then go into sketching and actual prototyping. Sometimes this has to be an internal decision based on you as a designer. So always you will not have access to users, you'll not have time to speak to users. That's where it is very important to trust your own voice as a designer, your own experience, and it should be rooted in logic. Could be rooted in previous experiences, heuristic principles, Nielsen-Norman, and all of that, Jacob Nielsen. It could be rooted in your industry studies that you've done, secondary research you've done. But sometimes product business will come back and say, 4 concept हैं, 2 हफ्ते बाद ही हमारे पास slot है users से बात करने का, and we only get 1 hour with each user. Up to you how you use it. So then you internally as a design team need to say, okay, these are the 3 things that we have, which is solving for our goal better. What is it that we can maybe combine between these 2, which is meeting the right criteria, and you will have to take this decision. Build it and then get it validated. A validation may, if you feel that what I am understanding from the user actually was in one option, at least you have good feedback to say, oh, I can build in something from app. For example, users are really struggling with navigation, for example. And you say, oh, what would make this easier for you? Or how would you want to navigate? And they say, Arey yaar, I'm not always like my phone is somewhere else. When I'm running, I want to be able to just hear a message, or I want to be able to quickly understand how many kilometers I've done. I can't keep like looking at my bicep and running. So for me, being able to get that metrics, I want to be able to just say it out loud. So maybe you need voice assisted. Maybe not solution, but how might we allow users to be able to navigate without looking at the screen or being hands-free? That and voice assistant, an earlier concept becomes a part. So it depends a lot on the amount of research is always going to be a little dependent or driven by the amount of time and energy and resources you have. If it's just you, Vijay, working on this, and you have 4 days, and you have access to 4 or 5 users only for the next 2 months, is the only access you can get, you really want to make that 1 hour count. So it's up to you. मुझे लग रहा है कि जब तक मुझे कॉन्सेप्ट पे वैलिडेशन नहीं मिलेगी, मैं आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता. तो मैं I'd rather use this for concept validation. Usability, I'm confident in. I can figure out usability by myself. I won't need usability testing. Or concept pe, let's ideate within ourselves. Let's, as a team or as a business, figure out what are the 2 approaches we'll take. And usability is more important for me. And I will build it and get feedback. So it's a no way, no clear answer. Figure out with your team what works for you and how, what is the most you want to make out of that.
Okay, got it. Great. Thanks, Ishtha.
Most welcome. Anything else? Wow, we went 20 minutes. Talk a lot,
Yeah.
guys. Sorry, but I'm saying we should pause for now because this can get a little endless. I'm sure Manoj can share my email. If you have anything, you can write to him. You can write to me with any questions, and we can follow up with another session.
So I think seeing a lot of things that are still pending from your side. I'll connect with you, Ishta, for second series of this part. So everybody have all the things, and if they have still any question, we can cover in that session. So would that be fine with everyone? I'll reach out with the details and everything.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. If everyone can come on camera, I will just take a picture and then we can conclude this call. Okay, just for a minute, wherever you are, in the car, in the home, in the terrace, wherever you are. Okay. Okay. So, okay, smile. Okay. I will reach out with more details and Ishta's availability and everything, and we'll connect with you, like send the email as well as send the invitation for the next session. Okay. Okay. But meanwhile, if you have any question, you have my email. I'll share the Ishta's detail as well. If you want to directly connect with her, I will share her LinkedIn profile and everything. You can connect with her there as well and figure out some question that you still have. And I will come up with next session's time and date. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining. It was nice. And thank you, Ishta, for giving us the time, more than the 2 hours, and answering all of this question and everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
So the task that they need to do, the tasks they need to do, they usually are they able to find those key action buttons or not? And I also want to know whether the order in which the information we are showing is correct. Are they looking for a different order? Now, the thing is, it's very easy for me to go in and say, oh, so I'm going to test these. I want to show you these 4 screens. I want to see if you're able to, I want to know if you are able to find the information you need. I want to know if you're able to know how to start the journey, and I want to know blah blah. Now, once I do that, it's already I've given them the task. So all they're going to do is see, can I start my journey? How do I start my journey? No, you miss out on the initial feedback. So then what I do is I usually say I have these 4 screens. They look a little different. We have been experimenting with them. What I'd love to know is just overall what your thoughts are, and you please be brutally honest. And I love saying this because I'm a researcher, so I always go in and say, I'm not the designer. If you don't like it, I'm fine with it. I will not feel bad. So you can also employ something similar so that they feel comfortable enough to be very honest and don't feel like, oh, I'm sorry, I know you worked hard on it. But anyway, so I would say, yeah. So I'd love your feedback, and I'd just love to know how you think about the screens when you see them. So now I've set that context. They're like, oh, all right. And oh, I always say that I want you to give me feedback based on your experience on how you would be using these screens, not for them to reflect on, oh, as this role, I feel this way, but my colleague, not for them to reflect on somebody else's experience, because that is anecdote. That's not fact, right? And it involves assumption. So I'll do that one layer of very high level context setting. And then what I'll do is I'll show them the first screen. And once I show the first screen, I'll say, okay, so before I talk you through, now this is a design walkthrough. A usability test, I would give them a task that this is your whatever onboarding screen. I want you to finish onboarding, for example. Design walkthrough mein, they are dependent on you anyway to tell them how things are because you're testing on a high level. So I firstly give them an opportunity to absorb the screen, and I would say, here's the screen. I'll scroll up and down, but before I walk you through any further with this, I want to know what are your first thoughts. So you think out loud, whatever you're thinking, please talk to me. If you have any questions, you can say them. And I just keep scrolling very slowly and let their eyes register. And that gives you the first pieces of confusion and the first pieces of delight. Because they'll be like, oh, this is the layout is slightly this more spacious, this is nice, I'm able to find information. Or they'll be like, no, wait, we used to have this button here that used to immediately let me get to my particular screen. Where have you kept that? And off the top, you've understood either that the layout is working for them, they're able to scan, or B, that even if the CTA is right there, the discoverability is very poor because they're not able to see it. And then you break down the walkthrough and then you say that, oh, so what we have done is earlier the button was here, now it's placed here. What do you think about it? And then they will reflect, okay, now the button is there. So you have to very gently, so that is even the silence, and we'll talk about silence techniques and things like that, is part of the moderation, because when you're silent and you're just scrolling, you're also still controlling the session by letting them engage first. The minute you start to work, because as designers also we're very eager to share the changes, and we're very eager to show them, okay, this has changed, this has changed, this has changed. But think of it as someone like, if and I would love to give, if you guys are up for it, for you guys to have this homework, have some other designer that you work with or that you know who's working on something you are not a part of, give you a design walkthrough. Because what it does is you realize that when you're in a session, when you have to look at a platform that has changed, the way your brain and your eyes are moving is so fast that somebody else who's walking you through it, you miss out on very key things. You're not able to reflect immediately and be able to comprehend कि अगर ये ऐसा होगा तो इसमें ये problem होगी, या फिर if I do. So very rarely are people able to, unless they're very articulate, very quick to think, they're not able to reflect that quick. So you have to give them silence for some time to absorb, you to be comfortable with that silence also. Give 2-3 seconds, it's fine. And most often than not, it becomes a technique. So what happens is, silence technique is a very interesting technique, and it works really well, especially for users who are a little shy, or users who are very monosyllabic. So, people who are like, yeah, it's good, or no, it should be okay, or no, I don't have any feedback. So people who do that are usually people who are either very shy to talk, or they're not just people who reflect too deeply. So they'll give you a surface level and then they might pause. What the silence technique does is that after the person stops talking, you wait for up to 3 to 5 seconds, which might seem a lot. So that was 5 seconds. Yeah. So, so it might seem a lot, but that silence helps a person think. And more often than not, the awkwardness between the silence forces them to talk more. So, for example, if somebody says, yeah, it's okay, and you're just there and you nod, and they will feel like, okay, it's like an indirect trigger. They'll feel like, oh, I need to fill in this gap. It's like, I mean, sometimes I might have a difficulty, blah, 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 whatever. Sometimes I usually don't use this button as much, but if I do, then I think this should work, or it could be, I've heard, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. This is something. Now, not always will it be useful, but a lot of times it's more information that you usually get from that person. Yeah. Any questions? Has anyone used this? Has anybody experienced this so far? No? All right. But it's try it. You can even try it at home. It's something, after you ask a question, maybe wait for 3 to 5 seconds and see. Another.
But for a second, when it is particularly online, we think that, okay, is my internet connection dead? That are the nuance as well.
Yeah, doing this remotely does have its challenges. So usually like something like a nod or something to show that the video is working, you're actively there. But yes, that is always an issue. And especially if there's a little bit of lag during a testing, then I don't think you can employ this. Okay. Another piece, and that I use a lot, is called the mirror method or the echo, which is often repeating some parts of what someone has said back to them as a way to indirectly encourage them to talk more. So what it is doing, it's allow you to speak. You're still, there's no silence, but you're not saying something that can be leading. You're saying something that they've only said back to them. And it's a way to probe them. For example, if somebody says, like it's mentioned here, the button is hard to find, or I'm trying to think of something I've heard very recently. Mm, Yeah, for example, the I was we were I was showing a screen very recently where we had changed the UI, and everything that was upfront was now in collapsible sections. So they were basically form fields, but we had grouped them together so that they were in different collapsible sections. And so I was just asking them, what do you think about the order in which this information is written? And this lady just thought about it and she's like, yeah, the order can change a little bit. And then she just stopped. And I wasn't sure if she was thinking or if that was the end of it. So I repeated back to her, I was like, the order can change a bit. And I was just nodding. She's like, yeah, you know what? I think these are form fields we don't use as much. Why do they have to be so high up front? Because it became an encourage. And it seems like such a small thing to do. But even if you do it in real life, you'll realize that echoing or mirroring back information to people, there is probably some sort of a neuron firing in their brain, but they have this need to sort of go back and revisit that sentence and break it down because it almost triggers a reaction for them to say, oh, I need to explain it. Maybe this person didn't understand it that well. So that's also an interesting technique. And both of these work really well, especially with people who are otherwise not very talkative. And otherwise, maybe or, or 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 are too nervous and feel like they're taking too much time. So sometimes users feel that we have limited time. I don't know how many questions you're going to ask. You might have like 50 questions for me. So I will just be quick. And sometimes they're trying to help us. It's not really the fault. So these techniques create that little bit of space and comfort for them to take their time with their answers. Yeah. Okay. The other is, of course, this is super simple. I'm sure most people have heard about it, know about it, but I'll just do a quick touch upon it quickly, which is when you're probing or you're going beyond. And just a quick recap, probing is basically you've asked a question and now you're trying to get deeper into the same question. You're not jumping to a new one, but you're going deeper into it because because you feel like you're still at a very surface level when it comes to feedback. You want to go deeper. So open-ended probes are sort of the key. The idea is basically to not have leading probes. And, when somebody is giving a feedback, to not nudge them towards a certain direction, to still be very like open to the entire universe of feedback that they give you. So things like this one is very interesting. What is going through your mind? So a lot of times they'll be looking at your design, they'll be scanning, they might be sitting beyond 5 seconds and they're just not able to, they're thinking a lot, they're not talking out loud. So saying things like, what is going through your mind? What are you thinking now? Um, Instead of saying, oh, what are you finding challenging? Or what is frustrating you? Because it might seem that they're scrolling up and down if they have access to the design and they're controlling. Might seem like they're scrolling up and down, their cursors all over the place. You can see their eyes moving. So it might seem like they're frustrated. But seeing that you're frustrated is going to point them in another direction. They might start thinking only about the things that are wrong. Or they might feel that this designer only needs feedback on things that are not working. I maybe don't need to highlight things that are working. So saying things like, can you talk out loud? What is going through your mind? What are you thinking right now? And also always the power of what else. What else is so lovely and open-ended that anything that they're thinking beyond the task you've set for them and beyond the workflow they are looking at, they get a chance to reflect. So it's possible that right now they're only thinking, how is the layout? Or am I able to find what I need to find? Am I able to do this task? But when you ask things like, what else? Is there anything else you'd like to share? Anything else you're thinking? They might start to reflect how this workflow it gives them a chance to think about what this workflow can do for their other workflows. Is there an impact of this use of color or this use of persona or this use of layout of information on how I'm doing tasks after or before. So give them that kind of a time. These can even be questions, of course. What do you think about how does this impact the rest of your workflow? That's also a very open-ended question. Instead of saying, does this help the rest of your workflow? Yeah. So very neutral probes work. Yeah. Um, yes. So there are participants that will also speak on the behalf of their colleagues or of other PMs, other clients, other whatever. Because, and it's not completely wrong, it's also something that you are trained to do, right? You're working sometimes as a team. You could be a team of um could be a team of like in B2C, it could be a team of food delivery partners, you could be a team of nurses, you could be a team of whatever, but you know how your other peers who are in the same role would be using this, so they tend to assume a lot of things that may not directly apply to them. So it's things saying things like, oh, if you do this, and especially because any change you show them, they start reflecting how will this impact my life, right? Because if this design gets implemented, how will I work? So they might say things like, oh, you know what, everybody's going to find this confusing. Now it's very one way, it can be quite tempting to sort of leave it at that, but think detect it for what it is. It's an assumption. When you say everyone will find it confusing, it's a sort of assumption. Otherwise you would say like, you know what, I'm not able to find this. So or it would be like, oh, I need to do this, I'm not able to see where I go from here, how do I go about it? So that is a fact that you can understand they're getting confused. When somebody states everybody will find this confusing, not not particular to their role, they're not about a particular thing on the screen. So these language markers you can tell are sort of assumptions, and then you need to challenge that assumption very gently. Okay, what makes you think others will feel this way? What part of this do you feel is going to be confusing? So it's, if you look at it, it's a very big statement to say everyone will find this confusing. You need to sit down and break it down with the user and say, who are everyone? What makes you feel that? Is it a past experience? Have there been other design changes that were made earlier that had certain impacts? These are not things you ask. I'm saying these could be probably factors. But well, the previous design changes, was there, does this, maybe the user finds this, that this will require additional training or onboarding that they don't usually do. Could be anything. And the reason I'm talking about these pieces is because when you're doing feedback collation, or when you're moving from raw data to like actual design decisions, somebody comes to you and saying, the screen is confusing, you will not know where to go from it. How do you make it less confusing? If that was your research feedback or learning, that the screen is confusing, that's not good insight. It's not a good learning. And the root of that is that the moderation was not done as well. So you couldn't get the meat out of it. Now, when somebody starts saying things, actually things like, no, the way you have done this layout is, it might be easier in the long run, but we are used to doing this in this way, right? Because people are used to maybe workarounds. People are used to doing things in a twisted way because it's become a habit. So if you do something that's even simpler, if you're designing a simpler UX, sometimes it throws them off. So which means that maybe they require additional training. What does it mean? Maybe they need an onboarding tutorial or a wizard or some sort of a guidance for the first set of people who are using that particular feature. Or it might be that for certain roles it works, but it doesn't work for other roles because they have a different way of doing things. So when you break this down, when you go back to your, if you break this down during session and get this feedback, when you go back to actually collate your insights, that's when you will realize that, okay, maybe I need to design this differently for different roles, or I need to create an onboarding tutorial for first time somebody who comes in, or maybe this is just not as easily, the information does not reflect, like the screen doesn't reflect the mental model of the person. So I need to remap it to what the mental model is, and you'll be able to get the mental model during interview. So the reason we're focusing right now, I just want to reiterate on these techniques, is that each of these techniques is supposed to help you get to the root of the problem so that your insight synthesis and your design solutions then become much more actionable. Yeah, instead of somebody saying that this looks okay, or this looks confusing. You have very specific issues that you will work with then. Yeah. Otherwise, the other two are also very a part of like doing non-leading questions, but then they are more focused on emotions. And that especially works with, given that emotional design or designing for emotion is also a very big, it's a very like sort of a trendy piece right now, and also very important. So it's depending on the kind of product you're working with, emotions play a very big part. Finance sector, I've seen that happen quite a bit. Health, it happens quite a bit. Education, especially if you're working for kids, whatever you're doing, there will be some aspect of emotion in it. So doing some sort of emotional check-ins that are not leading are also interesting, because um, it's I think it's a good, it becomes a good anecdote for when you're synthesizing insights. What excites people? What makes them nervous? What do they feel anxious about? Especially when it comes to finance and health, a lot of things, especially people with lower digital literacy, a lot of things make them anxious. They may not take certain very simple decisions online because they're not sure of what the next screen will look like. What is the next set of information that will be asked? How will this be interpreted? How will it be used? So asking how are you feeling, as very as simple as that, also helps them, helps you sort of unlock certain emotions that are attached to those screens or to those workflows or to those actions. And these are especially very interesting during discovery interviews. So during a discovery interviews, if you are already looking at how a person uses an existing platform, and if you ask them to walk you through certain tasks, asking them, okay, when you do this, how do you usually feel? Or right now, if you're doing this particular task, how are you feeling about it? It breaks down that emotion, not only related to how do they feel about that particular task, but it can also reflect a lot on how that entire platform makes them feel. What makes them feel that they can trust it? What are the different markers of trust for them that you can also work on? What are things that makes them feel more in power of making the right decisions on platforms? These are very powerful, very important pieces that you should know as designers about your users. How can you basically make them go through the right emotions at the right portal? Sometimes negative emotions aren't bad. Sometimes it's important to make them think, or make them check, or make them stop before doing certain actions. It's not always like, oh, they should be really excited to give away their financial information. No, how are you making them pause? How are you making them feel a little careful? Things like when there are these pop-ups that are there to alert that if you share this particular information, this is where it will go. They are designed to make people stop and think, and not be excited, oh yeah, I'm going to buy everything and share my information. So sometimes introducing fear at the right time, or a little bit of anxiety at the right time, is the right thing to do as designer, because you're protecting the users, you're protecting the interests. But how will you know how to do it if you don't know what is it for this particular audience segment that works to trigger that particular emotion? Because your education, digital literacy, your culture, your exposure to different platforms uh, informs all of that. So what triggers anxiety in me on a platform will be very different from what triggers anxiety in a different generation. For example, in my mother, or in maybe a 14-year-old who's online right now. The triggers will be different. So for your particular target segment, always know how do you get to like what are the kind of emotions that they feel when they're looking at different screens.
Okay, I have a question, Ishtha, here. Like, if they said they're feeling frustrated, like, what is the next question we have to ask?
So if they say overall, if they're feeling frustrated, then break it down. It could go multiple ways. Okay, what is it that's making you feel this way? Is there something that's particularly on the screen, or is it about, so you have to try to understand a couple of things. Is it about that task, the particular thing? So one thing could be like, could you give me an example of like a design walkthrough task that you might be doing with your user? Like any example, can you give me? What do you usually design? Can you let me know that? What do you work with?
I'm not getting anything right now.
Blank.
Uh,
um,
I can give you an example. We are working on restore, data restore part. Okay. So time to time, the system should back up on the cloud, and if there is something wrong, okay, they need to restore from the last backed up data.
So they need to okay. So and a person says that they're frustrated, right?
Right.
Now there are now we already understand. Actually, this is a great example because the aspect of data getting lost or restarting a particular piece of information once you've already filled out certain forms or things like that or any old data, we already know that this can be a frustrating experience because we've all experienced it at some level. It could be anything, could be filling any form online, it could be doing anything. So it can become very easy to lead into it and say that, oh, you know what, if somebody says this is frustrating, for us to even stop at that and say, of course, it'll be frustrating. I'd also hate it if I have to fill all the forms again, or if I have to, whatever, if my data keeps getting lost and there's no restore, there's no backup. I think I hope I understood the problem correctly, Manoj.
Yeah.
That right? Yeah. So part one is that we need to break our own assumption on why it should be frustrating. Yeah. Which means that we should always ask them why. I know why it would be frustrating for me because I don't want to fill these forms. Why is it frustrating for you? Is there something else about your environment or about your experience on the platform that I should know about? So you would usually go about by saying, okay, acknowledge, okay, it's fair if it's frustrating. What about this is frustrating for you? Or why are you feeling, why do you feel this way? So the reason you're asking that question is you're trying to understand, is it a particular piece in that entire workflow that's frustrating, or is it the entire experience? So is it that they don't mind putting in that data again, but there is this one particular form field that takes too long? The rest are very quick to do. So it could be that for that one particular form field, maybe it's some sort of a number that they need for which they need to go back, look at their paper, look at a policy document, look at their Aadhaar card, whatever. That is not easy. There's no drop down. So you have to understand which part is frustrating. Is it that they actually have to do this repeatedly for multiple people? They're not just doing it for themselves. And not having progress tracked or saved means that either they need to do it all over again for all those 3-4 people, or every time, for even if it's backed up for one person, it costs them whatever 6-7 minutes of their work hours. So asking what is frustrating and getting more deep into it. For example, if somebody had said, oh no, like just this particular form field takes extremely long to fill. All right, what are you expecting it to do? And what is it doing? How is it not meeting your expectations? No, I expect this to be a drop down. It has all of our policy numbers already, blah, blah, whatever. I say, all right. So if there was a way to if there was an ideal way for you to do this, what would it be? Now, this is an interesting piece also. If you're asking users to ideate what would be the ideal way of doing this for them, it's not for us to get solutions, it's only for us to understand their problems more. So if they're saying something like there should be a drop down, which is something they will say very easily because they want solutions, so they want to give you solutions. So they're like, do this. I know it works. Drop down will work. You put a drop down there, which is fair. So you say, no, I want to put a drop down. Why do you think a drop down will help? What is it about a drop down that will help them? No, drop down will have all of this information. So the thing is, I don't have to type it. I'll just need to pull or I'll just need to select. Now, what we are doing slowly is getting to the root of the problem, which is that information is that particular piece of information is hard to access for them. Right? They need it might be a 16-digit number. It could be anything that's very long to type. Now, the problem is not that overall that they're frustrated about lack of saved data. Now the problem becomes this particular form field. How do we make this easiest for a user to fill in? And that, so from feedback on this is frustrating, we've created a how might we for one particular task, which is how do we enable users to fill in the 16-digit form field in the quickest manner possible? How do we help them do it? And then we go into actually referencing, okay, how are form fields for policy numbers usually done on different platforms? Is there something we can learn from there? Is it drop downs obviously cannot work because these are confidential numbers, but what are easy ways for them to do it? If data backup is not allowed, if you're not allowed to retain that information, so then you start going into solutioning for that particular piece. Yeah, does that answer your question, Jim? Okay.
Yes, Ishtha. Thank you.
Awesome. So this is also like a good segue or an example into what what it means to go from design, from like feedback into actual design recommendations. Um, yeah, and sorry, one last piece. Behavior focus is basically very close to what you just asked, Vijay. I didn't realize I was already segueing into that. So saying something like this is bad or this is frustrating, or even the good parts, that this is quite fun, this is quite exciting. I had a user interview just day before where somebody looked at the screen, they're like, yeah, this looks great. Now I could also leave it at that because it's great validation. And the designer who was on that call was like so excited to hear, okay, this looks great, but what about it is great? Because you need the good as well as the bad so that you can replicate the good. And also now you're understanding the what evokes this emotion in this user. So having in our case, when I asked, okay, what about is it that you like? And they'll be like, this is so much easier to scan. I have to look at 150 rows every day. But the differentiation you've created, or they wouldn't use the terms as layout or spacing, but they'll say, oh, this is also clean. It's so easy for me to like look for my number, and I can do up and down without feeling too strained. So they will start giving you very specific markers, and then okay, if the layout is right, if there's spacing, if they're able to segregate between rows, it that evokes a good feeling. It makes them feel that evokes a feeling of something being useful or something being clean. So you start to understand, okay, if I want to evoke this emotion in this user, I need to use these kind of layouts, or I need to use these kind of colors and UX for them. Yeah. So that only happens when you ask, why are you feeling this way? Or what is making you feel this way? Was it this a particular action? Is it this entire workflow? Is it, sometimes it's just the colors, maybe the colors are throwing them off. And sometimes users will not really know what it is. So it can take a little while, which is when you use the other techniques of repeating, mirroring, and taking some seconds to, to let them think about it. You will also have to at some point make this sort of a decision during your user interview about how much time you're planning to spend on a particular piece, because in some cases you might, when it comes to discovery interviews or something, you might have 20 questions to understand their experience across the entire product, which could include onboarding. Could, for e-commerce, it could even mean how they're doing payments, how they're purchasing things, what is leading to them to make certain decisions about purchasing. On B2B, it could be how you are sort of navigating complex workflows. What are the key tasks you do? What are pain points? Blah, blah. And it's just, even if you have 60 minutes, sometimes it's not possible to finish all of those. And you will realize that there is one workflow that this person is talking like gold feedback, like I mean like really rich, very interesting insights it's giving. So as designers, you will also have to independently decide, how much time do I want to allocate? Do I want to spend 35 minutes on one workflow but get really deep insights? Or do I want to spend 60 minutes across all workflows and get very top level feedback? And neither is wrong or right, because it depends again on the research that you're doing, how much time you have, and what is the end result. If you want to understand very aggregate feedback across, like it's very important to get feedback across all workflows, then you prioritize high level feedback and say, all right, these key 2 3 key things work for a person for this workflow, they don't work for this workflow. And you do that for all. When you're doing feedback, that's how you'll be there. There'll be no workflow or no area or no task that doesn't have feedback, because you prioritize that at this stage we just want high level on everything. We don't want to have blind spots. But if you feel like you want to understand overall platform, but there are 2 3 key workflows that you might start off with. If there's an MVP you're doing for a revamp or a redesign, you're saying, acha, ye wala key module hai, 80% of the time is spent on this. So if I'm spending more time to understand this deeper, I am fine. I mean, I will spend with another user, I'll understand those other bits. Or we can revisit, we have another set of user sessions, and we'll do those less impactful flows later. So depending on the strategy that you have with your client on what you are designing, and the amount of time and resources, you will have to take that call. Because sometimes users start to give, when they open up, they start to give really good feedback. And it becomes a tough choice to say, okay, do I shut them up because I have 30 other questions to ask them and 5 more tasks to do? Or should I continue because I'm getting really good deep insights? And I can't answer that question for you. other researchers can't. It'll have to be you, because you have to prioritize that feedback and give it as design recommendations. Yeah. So you should have, at any time when you're evaluating your research, or even when you're in your session, you should always be reflective enough to know, do I know enough to stop? If I have to go back and design, or if I have to go back and present this research, do I know enough meat to stop? Because as long as you can defend your research with good like feedback, your design recommendations with good feedback, I can guarantee you nobody minds the kind or the technique you have done, as long as you're honest with it. So you can even go back and say, you know what, we spoke to users. I couldn't get to exactly how they do billing, but I have learned these 10 things about the purchase decision, which I feel will impact how we design, because we want to do this, or because we know that purchase browsing and purchase deciding to purchase was something that we want to prioritize here. So if you go with that, it's fine, because you'll have to make these decisions during interviews. You'll have to make a lot of impromptu decisions. बहुत rarely they go as planned, these use research sessions. They always throw a curveball. I will pause for any questions here and take a sip of water.
Yes, Ishtha. So, do you use any tools for this?
I would
Right. Okay, maybe Vijay, you can start, and then Bhavesh, I'll hand it over to you. Yeah.
So, do you use any tools for this, like heat mapping tools or some other
Oh,
tools?
oh, right. I have so it depends on the project and the client. Yeah, project and client, because how many users you're working with will justify or make you need quantitative analysis, quant mix methods, or techniques. So I have used Hotjar in the past for eye tracking, and just overall heat mapping. I've used Hotjar. And but that was also because the the project I was working on, the client I was working with, was already capturing those, and they could give that to me as a precursor to how I'm doing interviews. Because see, what we are talking about mostly are qualitative methods here in this session, right? So these interviews or usability testing or discovery interviews ideally should be following quantitative analysis. So if anything's coming through, if they have Google Analytics, or they have their internal dashboard, or they have things like heat mapping, eye tracking, they can work either parallelly, or they could come before you start your qualitative. If they come after, I have not seen them to be as impactful. And the reason for that is that when you are trying to understand what is breaking, then quant is really good. What in the journey is showing the particular numbers dipping, or the impacting metrics, and then you use, so it helps you zero down on, okay, these are the three things that are a problem, because the numbers are saying it, right? So even if I were to use, if the client is already, or the project already has, like they're using Hotjar, or they're using something for heat mapping and seeing how users scroll, then I can use that and saying, okay, wait, we already know that this is an area that is least discovered, but it has a lot of information here. Or this is an area that users spend a lot of time on, but I don't know what they're looking for. So they already become my problem areas. And when I'm going into interviews or into usability testing, they become focus points for me. I lead with, I recognize these as the tasks to do. So an example that I'll give you is I was working on a project for it was a big watch brand that I was working with, and they just wanted to get a very full-blown usability audit done for their entire platform, for their website. And the key was that they wanted to launch a particular range of watches, but they were not sure what is the appetite of the people who are currently buying from this product. And how A, appetite, and also B, sort of how do they view this particular brand? Will they come here for that range? Because they usually go to another place for that range, right? So this was like a huge blown up thing, because a very, very intense thing, because we did usability testing, we did heat mapping, we used their own GA data to see how people purchase. And all three of these, and we did, of course, heuristic analysis as well. And all two, three, four of these came together to give a research report or a usability audit. So when when we were looking at heat maps, I realized that people spend a lot of time on the first, whatever. It usually happens that you start with the top, by the time you come to the bottom, it's got least amount of sort of impact or trace on people spending time. So I would know that this is where they spend time. So my line of questioning becomes that when you come to the platform, what is it that you're looking at, or what are the first set of things you look for? And then I see how how do they justify what they're doing in their first place. So I say, what are you looking for? Are you scrolling up and down? How are you, like, I'm trying to figure out, are they scrolling up and down? Are they figuring, do they know exactly where to go? Do they do a lot of wrong clicks? So things like that, or even eye tracking helps me understand what it is that they're trying to do. And then through qualitative moderation, I ask why they are doing it. If you're doing usability testing of your now prototype, then things like eye tracking can help. But I still feel if there is a possibility, these should always be followed up with, if we understand where their eyes are going. So there are certain patterns, like there's a Z pattern, and there are 2, 3 patterns that are commonly understood to be how users scan a page. And they're used a lot to determine how, website landing pages should be made, because people scan in a Z fashion. So most information up front, then a little bit on the right side, then you come down, and from left to right again. So there's some patterns that exist. But if I already know a user, this is what the eye tracking data is giving me, I will go back and say, okay, what is it that you were looking for? Were you able to find it? Where did you eventually end up finding it? Was this close to what you were expecting it to be? Blah, blah, blah. So that's how I would usually do it. So that's a very long-winded question, answer to your question. I usually do not use as much of eye tracking or heat maps currently. I've used them in the past. What I'm doing right now is I only use tools to help me collate and synthesize data. I don't use it too much during moderation unless they are basically Figma prototypes that I usually work with. Or if we are doing some sort of workshops online, or if there is a diary study or things like that happening, which is also rare, then I might use some other platforms or tools. But otherwise, very simple old-fashioned Figma prototypes and my notes.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Bhavesh, you had a question.
I have two questions. So one is, can this question be fixed or not? And the other question is, after having this moderation, or like after getting this answer, so what do you guys do? Like, you like make it in a presentation, jot it down, or like make something like empathy map to like showcase or something to our like head designers and all.
Got it. So I didn't catch your first question. What do you mean, like, if a question can be?
So like the question when we like showcase our screen, so like do you think the questions are fixed kind of a thing, like that, like
Hmm.
it depends on the screen also?
Hmm.
So
I
like,
think pre-interview question list of question that
yeah,
these are the
kind of
question.
rehearsal kind of question we ask to the user, or like it can be changed.
Yeah, yeah. So, yes. So the short answer is yes. They should be prefixed questions. But see, the thing is, when you're going into an interview, you are pretty much going into a area where you ideally will have a lot of control, but more often than not, the control is actually in the hands of the users. It's possible that users will come onto the session. It's been pre-decided how much time they'll spend. They pretty much have an understanding of the what they're planning to do. But they'll come onto the session and they'll suddenly be like, you know what, one of my meetings got moved up. Instead of 1 hour, I literally just have 20 minutes with you. So that's what I can give you. So, and these have happened with, so that'll happen. Or they'll come and say, you start showing them something and taking feedback, and they'll say, no, I don't work with this as much, so I don't want to talk about it. Is there anything else I can give feedback on? There are these things that they will do that will completely throw you off the entire section that you had prepared. So two things that pre-prepared questions will help you do is they will ensure that you are meeting that you're covering the entire base. So if you're writing questions from before under having, we call them interview guide or interview script. If you have an interview guide beforehand, before you're testing, it will just help you map, am I going through the entire, all the workflows I'm supposed to test? Is there any area I've missed out? Is there information is there an area I need more information and I've not dug enough, or is there somewhere I need to spend a little bit of time on? So I'll just put in one question, and if there is time, I'll ask. So it helps you make sure in advance that all of this is done. And B, if one of these curveballs come in from a user, you'll know exactly where to jump. Because during that time, if the questions are in your brain, or even if they're written, but they're not really fixed, which means that you have not really thought of how one question may go into another, the order in which you ask questions, because in the order in which you uncover information is also important. If you've not thought of that, it can get overwhelming to suddenly mentally switch that, oh, they don't do this workflow at all. So instead of testing 4 screens, I only have to test 3. But now I have this additional gift of more time per screen because I'm only testing 3, which means I can ask more questions. So which brings me to my other point. We should always go in with more number of questions than we feel we have the time for, because sometimes when users are also getting interested, and they do sometimes, if they're very passionate about that product, they will not look at the time, and they'll be like, you know what, it's fine if it's 12:30, it's 11:30, it's fine. I know we had only 1 hour session, but I can go. I don't have any other thing, so I'm this. So they feel that giving feedback is going to be valuable for them because they're going to use this platform. So they want to be a part of it. So if they give you 10 additional minutes, which is God sent time with the user, do you have enough ammo to be able to utilize it well? So I always, whenever I do my research guide or interview guide, I always make sure I put in a section that says, if there is more time, these are the questions I'll ask. So these are questions where if I don't ask, it's fine, nothing breaks. But if I get time, they just help me understand the user better. They help me, they could be areas that I couldn't get answer on maybe in previous interviews and discovery pieces. So always have them decided. Always have them fixed so that you know where to guide them. And if something breaks in between, you can just go on to the next section or next set of questions. Yeah. Now comes the tricky part, because sometimes you shouldn't follow them. So this is the corollary to the theorem, which is that it also sometimes is very evident that our interviews are scripted because we are following our questions so closely. And this especially happens in discovery, like in interviews, more than I'll just leave these questions on screen in case anybody's interested to see. Yeah. It happens more in discovery interviews than it does in usability testing. But sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was saying, yeah, when to not stick to your script, which is that you need to create. So in usability testing, these are the 4 tasks I need to test, right? So you will try and get to all of them. And if somebody says, I don't do this particular task, you'll move on to the next task. Or if they say, I have limited amount of time, you'll prioritize that these are the key workflows, or these are the areas that we as designers have absolutely least amount of information. So I'll get these answered first in the 20 minutes I have. That you'll do. In discovery interview, you're trying to understand a whole universe of a platform, or even if there is one feature usage you're trying to understand, there is so many ways you can spend that session. So that's where it goes back to my previous piece on prioritizing. Do I want to go through my entire list of questions, or if I'm getting very good feedback right now on this particular piece, I will go down deeper and understand, okay, how are you doing this? Yeah. So that is where, as designers and researchers, we need to have a little bit of flexibility that we allow the interview to flow organically. It should feel like a conversation. So when it doesn't feel like a conversation, that's when the experience breaks, and the user, very small things where the user might become a little hesitant about how they talk. So if, for example, I am talking about, can you give me an example on what you work with usually, Bhavesh? Anything, an example of what you work with?
Right now I'm working on like data where there are a lot of data. It's around 6 lakhs. Like right now I'm like find out like the filter part is little bit frustrating, as the pagination allows like around 5,000 data. So the rest of the data don't get filtered out when we showcase. So like I'm like working out on the filter part right now, how I can like make user more flexible, like that so much of data is there.
Right. And could you, like, what industry is this, if you don't mind me asking?
It's and chain management is like we handle like parts and all.
Got it. Very interesting. All right. So imagine if you're doing a discovery interview. where you're trying to understand how some of it I'll make an assumption just to explain this point. Huh? So some of it, so imagine you're having a discovery interview where you're just trying to understand how this one set of particular users are working on these particular set of pages, all right, and how they're getting to the information they need, or how are they using filters, for example. So your entire one session, one ARCA session might be dedicated to that. Now you have a set of questions that maybe work across 2 or 3 workflows, that on this page, these are the 3 things they're trying to do. And this is the way this is how I want to understand how they use filters, how they get to the information of interest, how do they fill in, how do they save, how do they make sure they save, do they go back and check the information, how do they submit, blah, 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 right? So these are the 3, 4 things you're trying to understand, and you have maybe 30 minutes to do it or 45 minutes to do it. Now, it's possible that the user starts talking about when they come to the page for doing this particular task, what are the set of information that they need to have, which is offline. It could be paperwork, for example, or it could be some other system that they need to refer to. And they start going into detail about that. Now, there are 2 things you can do. Either for your purpose, this sounds like something that is deviating from what I need to understand. So this is not information that will help me make the decisions I need to make during designing. If I'm redesigning, if I'm only doing UI of this page, or I'm reskinning or whatever, I just need to know what are the key things they do, what are the key actions they look at, what makes them interested, blah, blah, blah. And how they're coming, what information they're bringing to the platform to be able to fill in this form fields is not relevant to me. That is when it becomes your decision to say, okay, parking lot, I will take this in, and when we will revisit this later, but for now, this is what I want you to do. So you redirect them back. If it is something that if you're doing a UX rehaul and you're trying to understand how do people engage with this page, what makes it easy, what makes it difficult, then suddenly you might realize, okay, if they have to refer to multiple windows or multiple systems, or they have some paperwork offline that they need to digitize, that is of interest to you, and this one user has brought it up. So then it becomes your decision to understand, should I spend 6, 7 more minutes on this to understand this deeply, let them talk, ask them more probing questions. Okay, how do you go about it? What is that experience like? And they're like, oh, it takes so much time. Why does it take so much time? Oh, because I have to do 30 pages, I have to digitize. It's long now, it's very manual, it's a very legacy system, it's very clunky, it's hard to find these fields, things like that. So that becomes like a gold mine, because you've deviated from set questions, but you've deviated for a just cause. You've uncovered a new type of issue that you've not heard before, which can impact your design decisions. So, pura long story short, always go with set questions, and then and always know what your objective is from that session. What is it that impacts my overall, like, हम ये research क्यों कर? Once you have these 2 clear, when you go into the session, you truly can then, no matter what happens, you will always be able to manage it. Less amount of time, you can figure out which questions to prioritize. More amount of time, you can ask more questions. Somebody's diving deeper, you can decide whether this is a distraction or it's giving me additional information. So I will spend more time, and I will figure out how to fill up the rest of the information later. Maybe I'll ask them to stay back 5 more minutes, or maybe I'll make up with this with another user by spending more time. So always go over prepared, and then be flexible during the session. Sometimes you'll go in and the user is, it happens sometimes that you'll go in and the user is not in a good state. They could be having a very bad day. They could be emotional. They could be just, not perfect users for us at that time. So being over prepared helps you deal with these informations really well. So always have an interview script. Like, even till date, I never go into an interview without a script, even if I know the product well. Because when a user is emotional or starts crying during the session, you need to really have your wits about you on what you want to do. Do you want to cancel that piece, or do you want to calm them down? Just say, oh, you know what, let's just talk about 2 things, and then you're free to go. You can do that also, but you need to know what are the 2 prioritize. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, Vijay.
So, based on my experience as well, Bhav, is that you might have a set of questions, but you won't exactly ask in the same format. Sometimes you might have to pivot, okay? But the topics around, if it is a discovery session, you want to understand about that, what they do with this product and everything. You should have some anchor point that, okay, around this, I want to ask the question. If it is usability session, you might have task-based usability, or it might be anything, right? But yeah, keep the question handy, right? Because sometimes you might also forget, and I have experience in the past that, okay, sometimes I want to ask 5, 6 questions, but one or two questions are like I have forgot to ask. And then once I'm reviewing the recording with the designer, then I get to know, oh, we had to ask this question. Okay, let's ask the next user question. But yeah, it is not fixed that even if you have 20 questions in order, that this is the order I want to ask. Sometimes you might have to change the order because you are going with some task and suddenly they give a feedback which is relevant to other question, right? That is being answered. For example, if you remember our first session, Ishta has prepared a very long day and the order was changed a lot of time. And that same happened in the interviews as well. Yes, Vijay.
Yes, Esther. So, how AI tools will help us as a user researcher? Like, what are the with the use of AI? How can you do the questions?
That's a great question. And that is something also that I'll be very, very honest about it. That's something I'm to some extent getting some grasp on and still exploring as a researcher myself on how and when to leverage AI. I had started off initially by being very distrustful of it and saying that, AI will only hallucinate or it'll not get me where I want. But I've realized it's actually a very, very useful tool. So there are a couple currently. So I'll tell you what I'm doing currently and what I'm hoping to do in the future with AI. What I'm doing currently is I'm leveraging as a tool to help me with 2, 3 parts of the process. So what I would use it for is I will always try to take the first stab at doing, for example, an interview guide, right? Because I know what all are the areas we want to test or focus on. So I'll try to take those questions and I will initiate it. What I will ask AI to do is I might share to help me understand I'm covering everything and to understand whether AI is giving me any valid responses or not. Is share, okay, this is overall what I'm trying to achieve with this client. For example, I will not take name, I will name the industry or I will name the goal of the research, not share that confidential information, but goal of the research for this particular client. And these are the set of questions I have. And then I'll ask what other questions can I ask to reach a particular goal. For example, to understand overall pain points or challenges with being able to access medicines or being able to dispense certain things. What are the other things I can do? So then I will see and validate what AI is giving me a feedback. So what I'm doing right now is basically anything I'm asking AI to do, I'm doing it within the constraints that I know what the answer should be. I want to know what AI is telling me. Yeah. So when AI is giving me, these are the additional questions you should ask. What I have is all the original context and understanding of the roles and understanding of also team dynamics. Is it going to be, if there are two people in a team, is there going to be a hierarchy? Sorry, if there are going to be two people in an interview or a focus group, is there a hierarchy? Are there certain questions I can ask and certain questions I can't ask? Which right now AI doesn't, I haven't given it the context of that team dynamic. So it helps me review those questions. If I find some questions are actually a good advantage or can get me good information and fit the context, I will import that in. So it helps me save time to validate my interview guide with very quickly making sure that there are no blind spots that I have and I have the final say on the questions that I take. I don't ask it to create a guide from scratch. I have tried it as an experiment. There are too many corrections I have to do, or I take it and then I say that I have to spend time on this. Like I'll ask it, like I don't have to start from scratch. So it will give me maybe a set of 20 questions. I will go through each question and then say, nahi, aise nahi puchna hai, ye karna hai, or I will tweak it, or this is not for the right role, but I will save this for another role. Things like that I will do. So that is one area, interview guide. I use AI note takers during my calls now. Use Fathom usually. I think it does a really good job of segregating conversation by speaker. So it's much better than Zoom and a couple of others that I've seen. So I'll use that. And now is the interesting part. Synthesis and analysis becomes a very um, uh, not exciting, but very, very like what's the word for it? I get very, you can get very greedy and say this can save our time. So it becomes a very like elucidating, like interesting piece that you want to use AI in. And I have. And what I've learned is, so I have used GPT, Claude, Perplexity I don't use as much for some reason. Mostly focused around Claude and GPT. Some experiences around that. So there are two things I can do. Either I can give my transcript to AI. And also, of course, this is when the AI is not training on any of the data. So I can give it my transcript and say, you know what, this is my research objective. Analyze it against, for example, I give it a couple of themes. I want you to analyze these transcripts to pull out feedback related to those themes and quote your sources. So I always do that to make sure that, it can back up its information. It's not inferencing from somewhere else. So I might say that, or I might say, what are the key themes that you can classify? Like give it very data driven, not top down, but you tell me what are the potential themes. So I've done things like that. I've asked it to quote its sources. I've even asked it to even measure between two options and say which is a better option to go for, or things like that. What I've learned is, and why I now don't do synthesis from AI first, I use it again as something to plug in between, is because I've learned that AI will mix sources. So it will sometimes misquote. It'll get the right quote, it'll get the right point, but it'll attribute it to the wrong person, which sometimes is not okay, especially if you're working with different cohorts or different personas. It will, if you want to only focus on one interview at a time, but it has access to other transcripts, it will give you an overall feedback and not a feedback to that interview, even if you've given it instructions. So there are times I've said only focus on this transcript and give it to and give me feedback. But I know that this person has not said this word. Person B had said it 2 weeks back when I interviewed them, but it has used this terminology or it has used that word. So it's not exactly hallucinating, but it does misquote its references quite a bit, and it will try its best to get you to some synthesis, but it will not get like it always requires work in editing, is what I have noticed. So what I do now is I use AI. So once the interviews are done, usually my practice is to write down very take high notes on what is it that I remember off the top of my head when it's like really hot in the memory. And earlier, we used to go back and look at exact video minute 42, 43. What did they say? What did they show the screen on? Now, what I do is I ask AI to bring that up. So when I say what has this user said about, for example, if I'm talking about certain filters or if I'm talking about onboarding, what did that person's name say about onboarding? Provide the quotes with your analysis. So I don't have to go back to the point in the video. I will just ask AI to pull that piece out. And then it makes it easier for me to remember and say, oh no, this is not what they had said, but yes, they had said this is important, and I will put that as part of my synthesis. So I use it as a intern who sometimes can make mistakes. What I'm hoping as it becomes more robust at handling commands, or if maybe I also develop my skill better to give better prompts and get information out of it, I do want this to become more 50-50 than it is 70-30, where if I am saying these are the three key themes, bring me what the person said about these three screens, right? Then the AI ideally should be able to be very accurate in who has said it and what is the exact piece they've said. Because I don't want it to do the analysis for me, honestly, at this point. I want it to get me the right information so I don't spend time looking for it, because that's where analysis takes a lot of time. To go back and say, is screen pay, is feature ke liye, this is what they had said. And then put it into your synthesis of your Excel or FigJam, whatever you're using. So that is only where I use it right now. But I'm hoping that later on it'll start being more accurate. So then I can say for each person and for each screen, give me not a summary, give me that feedback. Or these are 10 transcripts. Give me everything that somebody has said about the screen, all the people what they've said. So what it's done is help me club the feedback together. Then I can go about and say, okay, this is pain point, these are challenges. Sometimes it will do a good job of it already, but mostly it requires you to have an eye on it.
But those transcripts are confidential, right? Like, can we put those transcripts in the,
Only if you have got a paid account, which you have opted out of training using to
Yeah.
train on your data, only in that case. So if I have a note taker, which is AI and which my company has allowed for, and I am using something else, which is also another AI, which is also allowed by the company and is not training on my data, only in that case. If it is, for example, I don't have an account on Perplexity by myself, I never share exact names and details. But I will say, for example, I will, and I never share the video recordings there. But what I want to do there is, for example, I will use Perplexity for doing a better job on figuring out the interview guide, because I will not take the client name. I will just give a goal of a research and I will give them the industry. And then I said, this is what I'm trying to tell. So Perplexity does a good job of summarizing, in my experience, summarizing all the information that exists out there into easy to read points. So when I'm asking it to do something like do secondary research or do help me, like these are the questions, and validate it, it validates it well against other resources that exist, and that is good for it. But if I have another paid account, for example, if I have a paid one on Claude and it's not training on my data, then I will ask it to say, okay, this is a transcript, pull out the right thing for me, because that is the kind of boundaries I've set for each of those.
Okay.
That's the idea.
Yeah. So the training, opting out of the training is mostly on the paid plan. And if your organization has our plan and they have signed, for example, one of our client, we are using Perplexity. They provide the Perplexity for all of their employees. Okay, and they have opted out that no data should be trained on our organization. So by default, they have the NDA, so they will not use your data. But free version, in some of the free version, there you don't have a control that to opt out, right? Even in the Figma, anyone who is using free version, you can't opt out. But if you have organization plan or paid plan, there is a toggle to opt out from the
Yes.
training. Yeah. But yeah, if it is a confidential and if you don't have paid version or if you don't have a control over training, then you should not upload not only transcript, anything that gives the way design, it can be wireframe, it can be transcript. Anything should not be uploaded.
Okay.
Have any of you used AI yet on, like, for your thesis or for even research design, anything?
Yes, I have used.
Already, how has your experience been? What did you use it for?
So, not really for like user research, but I have used it for learning more about UX and how it works.
Okay, could you like give a example of exactly what you did and how did you find it?
Yeah, so I have learned most of the topics through Perplexity AI using that model. And I used to actually go look for articles because it suggests multiple resources that helps you understand in detail. So suppose if I have to look for how to document your, research work, then it gives me multiple articles on it and I can read and plan and do things. So
Mhm.
the articles are very apt, and in ChatGPT, I found the articles are not leading to good pages, and even it shows 404, so that is like not found pages. But in Perplexity, they lead us to right pages.
Hmm.
I can add to that, believe me. So when because in the paid there is a research mode, right? All the GPT, Claude, Perplexity, or any chat GPT. So let's say when I ask that, okay, I want to understand about the atomic design, or I want to understand about the color theory, and it take time. And when I click on the hyperlink that they are given, that where this data is coming from, source of truth, right? Perplexity has the best and latest, because it goes to the internet and search, whereas ChatGPT have a data up to 2024. Okay, it doesn't have latest data. So when I click on the article links, that which article they have used, 60-70% of the time those articles are not available, or they are 404 error. Claude has a mixed of thing, because based on my experience, Claude is more good for complex data related task or coding platform, whereas Perplexity is good for research basic. You can consider that as your advanced Google search. You want to do something and it gives you the live link and the latest link. Whereas ChatGPT, I have been not fond of that because it has limited data. And you can try. I was doing one advanced course on prompt engineering, and it asked that, okay, who won the US election, the latest US election? And it says Joe Biden, right? Because it doesn't have a latest data. Whereas if you ask the same question to Claude or Perplexity, they go to the internet and they say that, yeah, Trump has won the last election. So that's the difference I have found with some testing and everything. So yeah, for research, I use Perplexity. For ideation or brainstorming, I use Claude. And sometimes I use Grok for when I have to do small coding, HTML or CSS, because that is good in that. That's my experience. So
Yeah. I think once we start, and I've seen that with most people, once we start playing around with the exact different AI tools, we realize that actually that some parts of it will work for some of us, and I've like that's mostly the conversations I've had even with designers. Everybody will have a little bit of loyalty towards what they use for research, what they use for actually getting, like, for example, even getting their certain source codes fixed, or to get inspiration on references, because each platform is doing currently, it's doing one thing really well. So if you capture that for yourself, then yeah, it becomes easier. Okay. I'm trying to see, should I go with the deck or should I leave this open-ended? Any other questions you guys have?
Yes, I have some general questions like before, like, so actually I'm currently working as a designer and researcher in my organization. Like, what if I want to switch my profile as a user researcher? What are the skills should I have? Like, how my portfolio should be and what you will be looking into my portfolio. So those are just general questions like you can ask, like post to the session also.
Sure. I can give a high level, and I'm very happy to deep dive with it later after the session with you. But before I answer that, I will ask a question in return, which is, why would you want to move from design to research?
Because I'm more focusedly on like empathy, and then I like to understand how the user is using the product, like how they wanted the product to be, something like that. So that
Hmm.
is the reason.
Okay. Um. All right, which is fair. But what would you want to do with that information? So once you learn how a person reuses that product and you understand that piece a bit more, what would you want to do with that information? How do you want to use it? You can answer later also if you haven't thought about it, but I would still ask that question. Do you have an answer yet, or do you want to think about it?
Actually, I want to provide a better experience for them. As a
Hmm.
user, they want a good experience, right, while using the product. So that
Hmm.
is the experience I want to give to them.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that insights, and then everything. I don't know what to say about it, but this is what I'm expecting actually.
Yeah. So if you're saying that you want to give them a better experience, how would you do that? Would you do that by designing a better experience for them, or by making sure that whatever feedback they've given is, communicated to the right designer? Do you have any thoughts around that? How would you make it better? You, Vijay.
By communicating the feedbacks with the designer.
Right.
This
So
is what as a
you don't
user
want to
research
work
we
on
do,
it.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. No, I just fair. Oh, yes, Manoj.
I think this is the dilemma with a lot of people that in the start of their career, they are mostly in the UI UX both side, and then later they want to select one. Okay. So what I have also experienced, which I based on my career and a lot of people who ask for help. Okay, it's fine if you really want to be a subject expert in some part, right? Let's say UX or the UI or the any part of thing. And there is also one thing that it's not just that either a good UX researcher or just good visual designer or just right. Yeah, they are part and so they can provide the best experience to the user. A visual designer by doing the good and consistent design, which is like very eye-catching. Researcher, they can by doing the depth research and validating everything that what might help user, what would be the good experience and everything. There is another thing as well. Either you can be a generalist designer, okay, where you would have control on both sides, even doing research from the UI as well. So there are a lot of career paths in the design field, and not only that, there is also one side nuance that we have to keep in mind when we are working in India, that core researcher jobs are very less as well. Okay? I'm not just trying to demotivate, but you have to think from all the perspectives that how much control you would have if you really want to work as a UX researcher, and what organization you join. Does that organization really respect the research? Or even if you have done some research and then they just want to go with the client's feedback, कि नहीं हमको तो यही चाहिए, ये बना दो, let's create this. Believe me, in 3 months you would feel frustrated if that kind of organization you join. But when you are a generalist designer, you have control on both sides. You have done your research, even client gives some feedback. You might have that, okay, no, I have done this research and this how it works well in this industry. This is the decision. So think about it in the details, right? But yeah, if you still want to be core UX researcher, that's fine. If you still want to be visual designer, that's fine. Or if you want to be a generalist designer, right? So there are a lot of things that you have to consider while switching the field, particularly in India, because research is now very much like some company have started valuing it, but still 95% company doesn't value the research. We had the same conversation in our in-person meetup here in Baroda that, okay, why people, and most of the company, they just go with the client, what client wants. Okay? Your research, even if you have done proper research, they just show it to the client, but client said, nahi, मुझे तो यही color चाहिए या तो मुझे तो यही experience चाहिए. And there is no going there. But yeah, think about it and feel free to connect with me or Ishta anytime that you have this kind of thing that, okay,
Sure.
what's right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is we need to spend, of course, some time on actually going through how to take research and make it into design options. So now the thing is that this itself is a very big piece, and what I'd want to do is to do it justice, at least cover the basics of it, and then leave you with a lot of like articles and literature that can also help you go through it. But what I'd want to use 30 minutes for is to walk you through how I approach it and to get questions on for your perspective, what is it that you can do to do the same thing, because otherwise the rest of the things you can always learn independently, right? I will start with the simplest. Anyway, actually, before I start, I want to ask you guys, so for those of you who have done any form of research so far, can anybody share what is your method of taking the feedback and doing something with it, doing design recommendations, or actually making designs with it? What has been your experience, or what is your process? Anyone? Is it because you guys haven't done research, or is it because you're shy?
Uh, I'll start. I actually had worked past like two service-based company where like research is not that important for them, but for my perspective, whenever I design, I like to research. But uh, like even to showcase design research and all, like the methodology and all, they are not like interested. Like they want the result, they want the final output.
Yeah.
So most of the time like I'm whenever I come to like this button must be this kind of like design and style, but yeah, like Manoj also said, the client wants like create like design or like something like that, they will fix on that. Like my research and my all like work, they will like sometimes not like get appreciated.
Mm. Yeah.
Most of the designers yeah.
Okay, got it. Yeah, yeah.
You know
Anybody?
my process, but I still will help
Yes.
others. So I'm not that core UX researcher, but yeah, in the past, what we have done, like 2, 3 experience, I would say that when I was working for a product-based company, particular research was very with the subject matter expert from inside the company and then the client. So what happened that in large product company, when you don't have to like start with the actual outside customer, if you are doing something in stealth mode or beta mode, you have subject matter expert inside your company who have in the past worked with those in those kind of roles. So I was working in a fintech company where we were working on the transaction and fraud analysis and everything. So we had some people who were like analysts or fraud, who can detect the fraud. So in the company, so what we started doing is that, okay, if we had a particular thing that when we were designing, so we plan up the question. So we created a document that these are the questions we have to ask, and we created a deck of the design. Okay, that this is the existing system where they are working. Then we asked the specific question that what is not working for them, because we were improving the user experience as well as reskilling. Right, that was our purpose. So we wanted to know where they are feeling most frustration, in which stage or in which UI screen or in which element. So we prepared the interview questionnaire. We took the screenshot of the existing system and we just asked that, okay, where do you feel the most frustration and everything. But when I was working in service-based industry, right, and currently as well, so I have a different kind of thing where it might be sometimes task-based, like usability sessions that I have to conduct, where PMs and a lot of people are there. Okay. And we as a designer don't have, I would say, moderator role. PM have a moderator role because that's their working style. So we say that, okay, this is our design and we want to get an answer on particular this part. 60-70% of the time they ask different question because they are PM. They go into technical that would you like this? Would you like this drop down? Would you like this option? And in the corner we are crying. But yeah, that are the things that we do and we have faced. So yeah, this is my experience with research session or usability session.
Yeah. So that's also but an interesting piece that I want to touch on. So when you are taking that feedback, even if somebody's asking leading questions or saying is this better and all, how do you then take that feedback and make changes to your particular piece that you're working? How do you use that information?
Right. So we don't just do one interview because I know sometimes one is a bias. So at least 3-4 interviews. And let's say I'm working on particular piece that how to improve the search experience. Okay. So we got mixed kind of review that, okay, I want search as soon as I start typing. Okay. They want that kind of dynamics. Okay. That as soon as I type A, I want the table to be get filtered. Some users said that, okay, I want that, okay, when I type something and I hit enter, then I want to search. Some users said that, okay, it is not possible and it is too cumbersome. As soon as you start typing, let's say you type A and then you type B, the table get filtered for A and then B, right? On them. So they said that there should be a filter that at least 3 character I type, then it should be a start searching. So this kind of feedback get, and then we took it to the idea about that. Okay, we have different kind of feedback for search. Someone needed the dynamic search. Someone needed the enter or button. When I click on the button, then they wanted that search. And some said that, okay, 1 by 1 character is too much like time. So they want some minimum character and then they wanted search. So this kind of feedback can then the person for the 3 parts, minimum 3 character, I ask the specific question that why do you think that minimum character is working here? And they said that, okay, all of our item, okay, has common this kind of a character and everything. So if it is at least minimum, because not only it was searching on item, but it was searching on item code as well. So they said if I type I and N, it is our common prefix for the item. Okay, that was being generated. So it doesn't make sense that we need that. So if I search I, N, and 3, then it would give me a better result, right? Because after two alphabetic character, it was coming the digit and other string. So if they say that, okay, if I search I, every item of our code have I, so it will give me all the same result. What is the meaning of that? That's how we know that, okay, why they need minimum character. And it was logical. Then we took it to the idea board, and then we decide that what should be the experience. And
Yeah.
I wanted to understand that why they need, as soon as I type and search, and some user, why they said that I want to hit on search or button and then one. So based on that, we took a decision that, okay, minimum character is also required, as well as we don't need extra button, because their behavior was that, the product they were using, their mental model, nowhere there was a search button. Okay, so they wanted that, they expected that as soon as I type, it will give me a search result. And we tried with the button experience, and when we did the usability testing, lot of users, they didn't know to hit the search button. So yeah, this is how we use that feedback and like following question that why they want this thing in certain way.
Yeah. That's great. So actually that's a perfect example for me to segue, because what Manoj has talked about is that so many times you will go in with very specific areas of inquiry, like you will want to only test a particular flow or a particular feature. So it's very easy to take that feedback and break it down, and so easy to break down that. So I'm getting great coffee service during the session. um so break it down and say, okay, इस फीचर के लिए था, अब ये पेन पॉइंट्स है या ये challenges है और ये डिजाइन करना है. तो काफी बार ideal state, or at least in hopefully in most states, this is how we should be able to do it. But there are some times when you're going in to test multiple areas of inquiry, and you're doing it with multiple people. So you have all of this raw data, and you need to then start to figure out, how do I slice it? Sometimes there will be opposing views on particular same feature. Different people will say different things about it. Especially if you're talking to stakeholders separately, then you're talking to clients separately, and there is, sort of like a interaction, that is, there's sort of a clash and conflict in opinions. So I'll talk a little bit about my usual approach to how do I simplify this mess. It's a very messy process. How do you simplify it? So I've asked you the first piece, which is what you usually do. Now, the thing is, what you will end up with in terms of data mostly is that if you're doing this online and recording it, you will have an interview transcript that you will have, right? Like from Zoom or from wherever. You will also be taking some sort of notes, maybe yourself or a team member might be doing it. Now, these notes can be either things that users have said that you want to hold on to, or it could be behavior, right? Because even with recordings, it's not as easy to remember exactly the key behaviors that they did. Did they find something? Were they not able to do something? Did they say something but do something completely different? So you might have some behavioral notes or notes in general, and then you might have an overarching feedback also from the team in general about that thing. Maybe the brief was a certain way, the research came into being in a certain way, or the SMEs, like for example, if you're talking to internal subject matter expert, they might have a different view on it. So you have all of these different things, and you now need to get to a particular learning for it, right? Which means that you need to take raw quotes, things that they have said. You have to take observation on their behavior. And then you need to make these tiny sorry, not tiny, you have to make these specific themes to be able to give, not give feedback, but even be able to digest, okay, what is my learning if I walk away from this research project, right? And it differs for how you do this for again, for a discovery piece versus how you do it for a testing piece that you're doing. Now, what a very high level simplified way, very oversimplified way, and this is where I'll welcome a lot of questions, but simplified way would be that what I do is I take all the user codes, all the raw feedback, a little bit of background noise, all the raw feedback, and I'll start to break it down. What I do is I usually work with FigJam or Excel, depending on how big the piece is. And I take those pieces, put them on post-its, and then I start to move them together to make different themes. Yeah. So what I'll do is that there will be like each of these is a piece of feedback that I've taken from the interviews, and I'll start to, it's called affinity mapping. if you've heard that term. Affinity mapping is basically you're trying to put things that have similar themes or commonalities together. So each group has something in common. So that is an affinity mapping. Now the interesting piece becomes, what should you do the mapping for? What should these groups be? Because I have asked different, and this would be a great exercise. I'm going to, once the session is over, I have some links that I'll collate and send to you. I want you guys to go back to any piece of feedback you've received earlier or any research you may have done or somebody else has done, and go back to the raw data and see how you would group them. Because more often than not, every person, even if we all of us work with the same data right now, we will group it a little differently. And the reason is the way we look at that data and what we get out of it is slightly different amongst all of us, even for the same research objective. So an example would be, if I am trying to think of an example. There's a coffee in front of me. So maybe if I am testing or if I'm doing a user interview to understand how people make decisions on buying coffee online, okay? Or how do they prepare coffee online, for example. If you're doing that, then there will be so many themes you would have explored. You would have asked, when do they usually crave coffee? What influences their buying decision? What are the different platforms? What kind of research do they do? How does taste influence? How does time influence? Time of the day influence? Decaf kab hota hai? Caffeinated kab hota hai? Do they drink black? Do they drink milk? Blah, blah. All of these, okay? And how do they then go about purchasing? Maybe there are different coffees for the different times of the day and of whether they want to have it black or with milk. There's so many things, right? Then you will also try to understand what are the pain points when they're ordering this online, because you're trying to come up with a new product, right? So what are the pain points? Where is the gap? What do they want that the current market doesn't have? You might be doing all of this discovery for your maybe platform that you're building for sourcing ethically sourced coffee you're making, right? Now you've got all of this feedback. Maybe you've done a focus group with 5 people. Maybe you've done one-on-ones, and you have this insane amount of feedback. So there's so many ways you'll group it. You might start grouping by stages of ordering. Decision making versus actually buying versus what you do with the coffee later. So you might group it like that people say decision making, all of these things are required. Or you might do just purely on things that enable versus things that disable decision making. What are obstacles to decision making versus what helped them? How does family influence? How do friends influence? Social markers. Everything becomes a group. And each of us will do this differently. If the same thing was a platform, if you were testing, for example, the simplest thing I usually can think about is Zomato or Swiggy or a food delivery app, because almost everyone would have used it. If you are testing how a particular person is ordering uh, made coffee versus coffee beans, Blinkit versus Zomato, all of that. There's so many things. What is the flow that they are using? What are the kind of what is the flow they are using? Do they have loyalty towards certain brands? Do they share their recommendations with their friends? So social recognition, social influence versus price versus ease of finding versus, so all of these become groups. And the thing is that only by being completely aware of what your research question is, can you create the groups that are easiest for you to turn into research recommendations. So I just had this session a couple of days back with some internal designers where we were doing exactly this. We sat through some tags, some feedback, and told them to make groups out of it, and everybody did it a little differently. So what some of them did was they said, okay, the research question is that we were doing a mock one. So it was for a HR platform that somebody was managing the workflow of the company, or managing how they do reviews and performances for people on the company. Okay, so this is for an HR portal, and we were just hypothetically saying, okay, this is the feedback you've gotten. How will you group it? Now, if they know that the research question is what are the needs and the pain points and friction areas for HR managers on this platform, they went with those groups. One group was need, one group was pain point, and one group was friction areas. Pain points and friction areas, of course, had some overlaps, but overall, those were the 3 they went with. Some people came back and said, okay, this is around need for cross systems or integration between different systems. These post-its are talking about discoverability, and these post-its are talking about, for example, pain points or whatever. Now, the research question is the same. The groups are different because of how we are approaching this. And this will always be a question. You'll always be like, what is the right way that I group it? And what I told them was, there is no wrong way of grouping. It's just how are you planning to use that information later? That is more important. How are you what is helping you get to your design recommendations? Now, if you go with directly, okay, this is the friction point and this is the need. Within the needs, you will start to see subgroups. Some needs will be around certain workflows, some needs will be around role types. They will differ by the different roles that you're talking about. Some needs will be about maybe whatever, discoverability, or the fact that you need to work with, it's a big organization or a small organization, more number of people, less number of people. So you, within these groups, you start to see subpoints. Now, the point is that once you have grouped, you will always have to refine and say, okay, what is the key learning or takeaway for this particular learning, for this particular insight for me? Okay. And I'll give you an example of how this has looked like for me, right? Okay. Each of these is raw data from an insight, from an interview I've done. This is everything they have said. Everything around layout, around, I'm not zooming in too much because it's a little confidential. So only high level I'll show you. This is around communication, around. So I said that these are the key themes I want to focus on. I want to focus on search and filtering. I want to focus on communication, customization. What do they say about system integration, requiring different systems? So I want to go in, understand against these themes, because I want to do a top down. I want to know, I don't want the data to tell me apni taraf se different things. I want to have fixed 6 themes and I will review all interview scripts against those themes, right? Once this is done, then I take all of this information and actually put it into those themes. Every person who has said something about search and filtering is here. And now you will see within search and filtering, people, there are other smaller clusters. Some people will only talk about sorting. Some people will talk about filtering being an issue. Some people will say there is inconsistency on how the labels have turned up. So search becomes the bigger bucket, and then I see smaller buckets in it. Same thing when I'm looking for communication. So communication is an overarching thing, but within that, some people will talk about communicating over phone versus email on their platform versus internal communication that's part of the platform. So we've gone from all of this, all right, to more bite-sized pieces. And then I can treat each theme as an area where I will get independent learnings. Yeah. From there, now the interesting part is, now depending on how crazy you want to go, you might see there is some pattern across themes also. What is happening in search is a function of system integration. So I'm not able to get some data. Why am I not getting it? Because the system I am on and another system that it needs to talk to are not talking well, so it's not pulling out that data. So that becomes a learning that maybe this is that search, that global search, if we want to design, for example, if that's the case. If we want to design global search, this is the learning that we have, that the data exists in some other platform, it needs to be pulled in, it's not happening right now. So then what happens, each of these become a learning point. So what it is, it's an overarching learning. I have some quotes to back up. And then what do I do next? What does it mean? It's the same thing that Bhavesh had said. They don't care about methodology. They care what will you do with this learning. So um, if the search issue, if the issue is that people are not interacting with certain kind of filters because they are finding them unintuitive, they're not able to use those filters well because the form fields are too much or because they found a workaround, then that is my learning. And I will create a how might we statement. A how might we statement is basically, for those of you who don't know, is a statement that it's a design statement you write as a designer, not as a user, on how will you help that person unlock that, or get, sort of break out of that problem. So if the problem is that filters aren't working well, or they're not able to get to the exact detail of information that they want, then how might we empower users to intuitively get to that piece of information? Once you do that, you're not saying how might we allow for users to use filters. They don't want to use filters. They want to get to that piece of information. So if it is around this coffee buying process, this is if it is for the coffee buying process, then it is not about that users need to use the filters that have uh, the right sort of types of coffee, or that have the right, like, they don't need to filter by that. What they want to do is get to the right coffee at the right time of the day. That is it. So how might we enable users to find the right product based on the time of the day they are on the platform? So when you start thinking about that, then you start thinking about differentiated offerings based on time. How are other platforms doing it? That's when referencing can come into place, competitive analysis can come into place, and that's when you can start doing more, sort of breakdown of how would I sketch this, how would I wireframe this. So I've taken this one learning, I've turned it into a statement, which is very open-ended. From that statement, I've tried to see, okay, how have other people solved for it? And then what does it mean by my brand guidelines and my objective? How will I as a designer solve it? Yes, Sham, you've had your hand up for a while. Yes.
Yeah. So, Ishita, I had a question over here. May I know the number of users you have interacted in order to get this much of insights and uh, yeah, a sort of persona that yeah, this will be the group of users that I will be interacting with, and how do you come up with the decision that yes, this will be the people in order to get the exact insights?
That is a really, really great question, actually. I had a couple of, so while I answer this, I'll see if I can try and find a couple of, I used to have these visual pieces of cohort sheets as well. Okay, so you asked one, how many people, and two, how do I decide who to speak to? Yeah, great questions. Okay. How many, these particular ones that I showed you were 5 to 6 people. Yeah, roughly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 of them. And I don't know if you've read Don't Make Me Think or Just Enough Testing, but these are good books that can help answer that questions for everyone also. But what I have learned earlier, so I've come from like academic behavioral research, where you need to have a proper sample size, and you need to have like a justifiable number of people to be able to do to confidently state your research findings. Things that still hold true, but what I have learned about usability testing is actually true that after like 5 is a good number of people, depending on how broad an area you're testing. So you're testing certain, like, select number of workflows. 5 is a good number to test with, because after that you unlock 80% of the issues with 5, and after that it's incremental. So it's not that you shouldn't do 10, but 5 is the minimum you should have with your resources and time. That's how you should plan your research. Ideal case, you will do 10 because you want to unlock the other 10, 20, 20, 30% that is left as well. But sometimes our time and resources don't allow for that.
Yeah.
So I go in with at least that I have to interview at least 6 people, 5 or 6 people. Now the interesting piece is it an entire sort of like um, is 5 the universe of everyone I'm testing, like 5 people for this entire test, or 5 people for the type of person I'm testing for? So you will hear personas as a term a lot. I'm not sure how many of you have heard the term cohort or archetypes. Has anyone heard these terms? Cohorts or archetypes? Do you wanna, or if you haven't, do you wanna venture a guess on what these might mean? Anybody who's heard of cohort, especially, I'd be very interested.
Yeah, I have heard it somewhere, but not exactly able to recall it.
Okay.
Yeah. So during the the Coursera UX course, I heard that, but unable to connect it right now.
Okay. Okay. No worries. No
Uh,
problem.
co
Yep.
I can guess cohort might be like a group of people with same interests and same way of thinking.
Yes. Very, very, very close. Actually, pretty much, yeah. So what cohorts are so I'll tell you actually what personas are, and from there I'll tell you how cohorts are different. What persona does is persona paints an image of the exact person that you are designing for, or who is your target person. So it will say stuff like oh, Ishtha, she is this much age, she lives here, she's a UX researcher, she buys her coffee online all the time. She majorly needs to, rely on coffee to stay awake or to pull late nights if she's working. These are the kind of income bracket she works with. So when you're listening to that description, you can almost imagine me and what I would do and how I would interact with your platform. What a cohort does, and so persona sometimes is a little abused as a like a piece that we work with. Personas ideally are used after you've done the research and when you are trying to show who you're designing for, because your research has helped you understand create that persona. So all of the pain points, my pain points that you would be writing on, or what my needs are you're writing on, you've actually got that from research. When you're doing research, and especially when you're doing recruitment, you ideally work with things called cohorts or archetypes. Cohorts are group of people. Each cohort is a group of people that has very similar characteristics. And you would want to ideally recruit for um, and the reason you do cohorts is you're recruiting group of people because you want to measure the difference in their reactions to the same piece of information. Could be interviews, it could be usability test, it could be whatever, but you want to compare. Whenever you want to compare between different groups that exhibit a key behavior that is close to what your platform or product is used to, that's when you do cohort recruitment. Roles. So when you are doing the same platform, but you are testing whether this is a person, for example, if it is a healthcare, if it's a health management dashboard, or it is a system that is used in hospitals, the same system can be used by nurses. It can be used by billing section, or it can be used by people who are managing cases admin level. So there are already three different personas who are using the same platform, three different cohorts. Sorry, I also made that mistake. Now, within that, what is the most important? How many hours maybe they spend on that platform? Or what are the key tasks they do? All of these things, depending on what you're testing, help you define what the cohort should be like. And now is the interesting part. It should be 5 people per cohort. So it's not 5 people throughout that project. If you're creating groups, each group should be a minimum of 5, because then you can do some level of comparison. And the tricky part is when you're doing groups, it becomes, and you have, imagine you're actually tested 15 people. You had 3 groups responding to the same kind of designs. And you've technically got 15 feedback. When you're trying to show your learnings, or you're trying to kind of talk about insights, it's becomes tricky, because suddenly you say, no, but only 2 out of 5 people said this. Can I quote this as an insight? Or it could be that you could be tempted to say, actually, all different groups, but 15 out of 15 couldn't find this. Yeah, so it becomes very, you become, it's tempting. Yes, that's the word. It gets very tempting to want to use quant when you're doing qualitative study. And ideally, I would advise against it, because what we are trying to do is not how many people did it. We are trying to say, of the people we tested, these are also the ways people displayed behavior. So we are not trying to say that 2 out of 3 people, for example, 2 out of 3 people did not use global filters. They use column level filters on a particular dashboard. Yeah, we're not trying to say that. What we are trying to say is 2 out of 5 people showed that or 2 out of 5, actually I don't like to use numbers at all. I would say some users had hesitated to using global filters because the load time was too much, and they found using column level filters as a quicker way to get to information. So I'm not trying to say that so many people exhibited behavior, so we should change it. I'm trying to say that amongst all the people we interviewed, this is also a behavior we unlocked, which otherwise other groups have not shown. So if this is a priority, this group is a good priority. This is an edge case that we have, or not an edge case, but an interesting additional case that we've uncovered that we might want to design for. So approach qualitative studies like that that they are not there कि हमें संगठन का प्रदर्शन नहीं करना है कि 4 लोगों ने बोला है तभी हम उसे बोलेंगे, हम बोलेंगे कि ये एक न्यूआंस है which only a qualitative interview can give. Quantitative will never capture this. Yeah, so that's another piece on when you're using cohorts and groups, you'll want to think about how you're sharing that information. And I know we're a little above time. Last piece I want to touch on, because I found very interesting that Bhavesh had brought it up. And I know I do this with you guys a lot, where I like 5 more minutes, but there's just one piece that I want to touch on. Yeah. So, Bhavesh, you said that you had brought this piece that, people don't care about methods, or when you're showing it, they just say, tell me what to do with it. And I had the exact piece piece of information to kind of like just leave you guys with. Who you are presenting to is the crux of what you should present. We do a lot of and all of us, I mean, here do a lot of effort in doing research and sort of doing research and getting feedback, but not everyone unfortunately has the time or even the cognitive space to be able to digest it. So our job is not to show our hard work. Our job is to give the right people the exact amount of information they need to make a decision on that hard work. Yeah. So who am I? Who am I actually? So whenever you're presenting, you need to tailor it to your audience, which means there are multiple ways of doing it. You might be able to, you want to do like a proper white paper report. You might want to do a collaborative doc. As it goes along, you're adding insights, and other team members from different research or different people they're working with are doing that together. You might want to do really fun slides with memes, maybe sometimes. It depends who's your audience, right? And I have so many times, I can empathize with you, seen that I would want to go into, do you know, we tried this and we did think aloud and we did contextual inquiry, and there were 3 cohorts and this was the primary characters and secondary, and they're like, but how does this impact my strategy? So if I'm talking to a leadership specially, or if I'm talking to a senior PM or a senior designer, it's like, that is great, but how does this change my life? So sometimes, so you need to know, why are you sharing that information? If you're going into a group where research is something that is not widely understood or not trusted, or they are not sure they should go with these recommendations, that's when you show your work. Because what are you trying to do? You're trying to build trust. So when you're talking about methods, when you talk about how we did this, what was our analysis style, you're actually communicating, trust me, because I have done my work and this is my work and you can go through the data. But if you want decisions and you want alignment on your designs, then you need to tell them this is the feedback from which this is the design we have picked up. So this is the design, this is the feedback that has justified this design, which is where methods and cohorts and definitions have no place in that meeting. Yeah, because somebody's there for 30 minutes. They want to say, oh, you really want to change this filter? Why are we changing this filter? Because, ta-da, these are the 3 things we learned. This is the referencing I've done. This is how it's been solved in other places. And this is giving our branding definition guidelines, our objective. This is why I'm going to do it this way. So research many times is not for its own sake. It's supposed to be the shoulder, जिसके कंधे पे आप बंदूक रखते हो. It's supposed to be used as a way to justify why you're doing design a certain way. So if you are speaking to people who are new to research or have low trust in research, the best thing to do is to dive deep into, this is the design recommendation, or this is the change because this is my research. Or start with, like I did, this is the learning, this is the how might we, this is the new slide, screen, or this is the new layout. Yeah, so based on who you're speaking to, you'll have to order them. Okay, I'm going to pause now, and yeah, unless there are any questions. I'll try to not go 20 minutes overboard this time. Any questions, guys? Anything that was confusing, I'm very happy to take feedback as well, and open this up later with you guys parallelly if anybody wants to reach out.
I think that's what, based on my experience, I have seen this, okay, that when we have done research, okay, when we have to present it to the quarterly meeting with C-level executive, They don't even care how many users we interview. They just want to see what was the outcome. They even don't care about how many prototypes you have. They just want the number that did our product improve or not. But when we are talking with PM, they also don't care how many users we interviewed, but they care that what kind of option we have created. Did we try this? Did we try this? And when we are presenting it to the internal team and everything, they want to know everything, that how many users we introduced, what was their feedback and everything. So based on the audience, we have to tailor our presentation as well as what to speak and what not to speak. Because sometimes in the C-level executive, when we try to go with the cohort and everything, now the conversation derail. They might ask that, okay, what is the cohort? Right? It might happen. So you really have to be mindful that what to present to which kind of people or what kind of role.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Vijay.
Yes, Karan?
Uh, yeah, so I had one question regarding the research part. Uh, like I work as a solo designer, and we don't have like a lot of time to research or do anything regarding it. But this is around like my to like overcome this and like to explore how I can do better. So I did a personal project where like no company was involved in. So regarding like my discovery phase, like the product isn't built right now. We have just came up with the idea, and like as a designer, I have a lot of hypotheses around it. Like for example, I would say I want to just figure out in the cart, do I need to like there are option to recommend products. So should it be complementary products or something which are different like similar product which we would recommend. For example, the user is buying t-shirt, so should I recommend trouser or different t-shirts similar to it?
Hmm.
Uh, and like how do I like overcome the hypothesis, and like how do you frame your questions? So like if I want to validate my hypothesis, so when I am talking to the user, I would like lead the interview on my biases, and this might like user would like come in a pressure or somewhere he would agree to me. So how do I try to frame a very wide question, but somehow I don't get my question, so I have to like I don't get the answer, so I have to ask the question directly.
Hmm. Could you give me an example of like, if you remember, could you give me an example of how you asked a question directly versus like what you were trying to do earlier and you couldn't get an answer?
Yeah, for like this uh, product recommendation, so like I try to ask uh, like do you just a second, I need to remember it.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
Yeah, so my question was like, do you consider like once you have finalized your product, do you consider like buying something else, or like if you are planning an outfit, so and you just find your t-shirt, so like do you plan to buy any accessory or any trouser along with it, and how do you uh, like visualize the outfit and buy the other products?
Hmm. Got it. So this was a question you asked directly, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So see, overall, at a high level, I don't really find something very outrightly wrong with it because you're not so you're trying to understand how they buy and whether they do a certain thing or not without saying a more leading way a question would be like do you when you are paying do you want to buy a top when you're buying shorts, So that would be directly putting those things together, your exact hypothesis you're putting together, which is something you want to avoid. That might be leading in. So, okay, two pieces. One, you were saying that how do you decide the questions? And two, what do you do with your hypothesis? So the hypothesis is ideally what should turn into a research question, which is what we start with, right? So if your hypothesis is, or you're trying to understand what kind of product you should advocate for or you should display during checkout, then your research question actually becomes a bit more broad and goes like, A, what are the prime actions people are doing when they're checking out? And B, what is the potential of users to maybe buy more products when they're checking out? That's an overarching research question. What is the potential? Are they interested? Are they not? Do they look there? Things like that come under it, right? So the hypothesis becomes a research question. The research question should then guide your entire interview guide. So the way I would, so from the brief, what I've understood, what I would approach it as I would try to understand smaller pockets of behavior by asking questions, saying, A, first take me through how you usually buy. So show me on a platform what you do while you're buying. When they are buying at different stages, especially when they start to come towards checkout, I might stop there more and say, okay, why did you do that? What do you usually look for? How do you find it on this platform? How do you find it on other platforms? What is the difference? What do you like? What you don't like? Things like that. So that will help me understand how they make a decision. Then I would ask them, maybe what was the last time you did this? Was it any different? Things like that. I will try to understand inherently first from them, when they're purchasing, do they purchase multiple articles at a time? Do they purchase a single? And then this, I think there's a term for it. I think it's called like something related to uh, checkout, some checkout piece. I'm missing, I'm forgetting the exact term, but it's actually a term that's used that you can sell people lesser price things right when they are paying because they are more exciting. Like, when you're at a grocery store and the chocolates kept there, they're kept there for a reason. They're smaller price and they're exciting and instant rush and things like that. So you're trying to figure out what is the right item for you in that area. So understanding how they pair their clothes together or when they buy them, for what different occasions do they buy? If you're going for a formal outfit maybe, or you're going for a presentation, you might want to buy pants and shirts together because you're trying to get a new outfit, or you're going for a party or a function. If you're doing a daily shopping, you might just want to do shirts when you've just seen shirts. So I'll try to understand that process. And then the way you said it, once you have when you have purchased, I might do a little bit of probing and slightly leading to action, saying, oh, have you ever gone back to add more items to a cart when you've already paid? Have you gone back and that happened? What did you buy? How did you go about that process to understand, are they even open to spending more money when they've already spent? So जो आपका पूरा research question है ना, you need to actually break it down into multiple behaviors you're testing and then ask those questions. That's how I would take it. Yeah.
I think
And
what Karan, like, it is like you want to decide that should you sew more t-shirt or should you sew the matching accessory, right? So
yeah.
it also, you, if you want to test this hypothesis, you really need to understand what kind of items you are. For example, what I have observed and what I get influenced easily. So while I am shopping on Myntra, if I'm just casually because I need some t-shirts, okay? So if you are in the detail page, you definitely need the similar item, right? Right? Because I'm looking for, let's say, plain t-shirts. So you can say that, hey, there are some similar item in different colors. So I can choose the colors, or I can choose different brand or with something. Right. And I have also seen that when I'm adding this t-shirt, okay, as soon as I add a card in t-shirt, it shows me a little bit pop up that, hey, do you want to buy matching like pant? Do you want to buy matching jeans? Not in the card, it is still in the product detail page, right? That's how I see. And but when I go to the card, generally people like don't want to get influenced in the card. In the Myntra, I have not seen it, but yeah, in Amazon, when you add a product, it shows that, okay, people purchase this as well with this product. Same goes in Blinkit as well. Okay, when I add, let's say, milk, they just generalize that, okay, I want to buy the cereals as well, or I want to buy banana as well because of the milk I have added in the cart. So it really depends what is the industry and as well as in which page you are. Generally, and different people might have different opinion. Okay, some people are very straightforward. I want to buy 3 t-shirt and I want to done with it because I know that this is the 3 t-shirt I want to. And some people are just coming for exploration and they might buy 5 t-shirt instead of 3 as well. It really depends user to user. But yeah, if you want to validate your hypothesis, you really need to do the user interviews where you need to ask that how do you get influence? How do you get influence in buying like the similar item, or how do you get influenced in buying matching accessories? And it also depends on gender. Believe me, the male gender, they just want to whatever they want to come and purchase. But whereas you in the female category, if they have buy the top, they want to buy matching jhumka, they want to buy matching ye jo haar baat hai, and all of this thing, right? So it, but yeah, as Isha said, you really need to ask this kind of question in different kind of cohort and with the different age range, because it also matter in age range. The people who are the Gen Z, they might want to try a few things, whereas the millennial, they want to come and go and purchase particular product. Whereas the people who are 50, 60 year old, they will come for one t-shirt and they will buy the one t-shirt because they know what I want to purchase. Right. So, but yeah, cohort, different cohort and age group as well as their gender. This might be your primary technique, as Ishta said, and you can validate your hypothesis. Any other questions? Anything that you want to ask Ishta?
Again, it's gone 20 minutes above. Sorry, guys. But I'm glad you guys asked questions. But otherwise, of course, you can always reach out to Manoj and me separately also. So happy to take up more pointed questions if you don't want to pick them up right now.
Okay. Okay, I think then this was the 2-part UX research sessions. Everyone, if everyone can just come up on the camera for a few seconds, we will get the screenshot and we can go to enjoying our Sunday.
Okay.
Hey Rahul, Madhvi, we'll just quickly come for a minute. Even if you are from mobile, that's fine.
Yes.
Everyone is in their night dress, so don't worry. Only Ishtha has come prepared.
And then I'm still wearing like a comics shirt, so it's fine.
Okay, great. Okay. Chalo, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, great. I will share the recording with you guys, and I will also share the both sessions deck once Ishtha gave me, and I will share her LinkedIn and other details. You can connect with her and everything. Okay.
I'm going to add some reading pieces to the decks that were not here. So they're basically great websites that I refer to, books, articles, everything that I feel could be like a UX research one-on-one for you guys. So I'll put that together and I'll share it with Manoj in a couple of days. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining and have a good Sunday.
Have a great
Bye-bye.
Sunday. Thanks, Manoj. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.